file exception. I would expect the parties to file exceptions to the decision in an attempt to modify it, and have not had the opportunity yet to try and figure out exactly what our buyout payment would be under the methodology. I will say that tri-state managers are having a meeting next Tuesday or Wednesday and Thursday, and one of the topics for discussion is a presentation on the CTP. So we'll see if they have done any work to try and figure out what it means financially for tri-state and the distribution co-ops. There is no timeline for FERC to accept, reject, or modify the ALJ's decision. So we will be waiting on that. As we are with the BDP or partial requirement, we're waiting for the commission to rule on the settlement. And there has been nothing from them to give any indication as to when they might actually rule. Fiber update, we are very close to being finished with both phase 1 and 2. Joe met with Connexon yesterday to talk about lighting the fiber. And I reached out to them. We had sent them our draft agreement to allow them to utilize the fiber for a price to do fiber to the home. And they were supposed to get back to me this week, and I have not heard anything from them. So we have week or every other week meetings with them. So I'll bring it up again next week and see if we are successful in getting any kind of response from them. Levi and I are working to modify the agreement that we have to provide to the other entity that we talked to the board about. We have not given it to them yet because we have to tweak it just a little bit, change names and stuff like that. I will pause for a moment to see if anybody has any questions on any of the first 4 items.
There's a lot of road crossings and that kind of stuff left. Is that mainly what's left? Getting the.
We've identified some things that need to be fixed as well. So, but the fiber, for the most part, the second contractor that came in that did phase 2 did a fabulous job. And the second contractor that we brought in to help ADB with the phase 1 was the reason why it is almost done. So good news so far. FEMA update, I think I sent out an email to the board that we received the first 2 payments from FEMA. They total about $675,000. There are 2 additional projects that we are waiting funds on that total $322,000. And there are 3 remaining projects at this point related to the first part that we did. So the damage caused by the fire. There are also mitigation claims that we have put in. Those 3 claims include the 2 largest, which would be Trail Creek. And we are going to do the construction on that in 2023. We had issues with supply chain and getting the transformers and vaults necessary to be able to do it. And then Highway 125, that is in process. And I think Adam's going to talk about that, but we are close to being done with that. With a couple of weeks of good weather, we may be able to finish that. Both Trail Creek and Highway 125 are technically a pay-as-you-go. So as you pay for things, you can submit the invoices, and the state has indicated that they will turn them in 45 days. So we will be testing that here shortly. The remaining amounts that are on there for those 3 projects is $4.2 million. When we made the initial claim to FEMA, we had to estimate, and this was shortly after the fire. And so both Highway 125 and Trail Creek, the amounts that we estimated, strangely, are not right now. They have increased, they have doubled or more than doubled. And so we're going through the process now with FEMA to have them adjust the amount that have been obligated to us related to those 2 projects. Yes.
Are we still dealing primarily with the state of Colorado, or are we corresponding with FEMA directly?
FEMA is involved, but our dealings, we do weekly meetings with the state of Colorado and their FEMA contractors. They are bouncing back and forth with FEMA. The FEMA does not attend the meetings with us. Any other questions on that before I move on to the next item, which is our HR manager search. We had 19 applicants or resumes. The first round, we completed 6 interviews. In the second round, we completed 3. We had a site visit with one of the candidates on October the 4th. We extended that candidate an offer on October the 5th. They accepted it on the 10th, and we are still pending a couple of pre-employment checks, one of which is the drug screening, and they can't do that until 30 days prior to their start date. And the start date is December the 1st. So we will wait to see if, that they pass everything before I tell you what their name is. They're coming from a co-op in Wyoming and have NISC experience and a number of years of experience within HR for co-ops. So that co-op is very similar to us. We have the consultant from Employers Council, her name is Chris Bauer, and she is providing interim resources for us. She has done a few things, but we have been very careful in the amount that we use her because it is $115 an hour. She did participate with Liz in an employee exit interview and a few other things. Reached out to her, but not a whole lot at this point. The CFO search. Talked last month about the first round. The subsequent round, we had 11 applications or resumes. We had first round interviews, 3 of those. In the second round, we did 2. A site visit for a candidate is planned for October the 27th. That candidate has NISC as well as co-op experience, Colorado co-op experience, is currently a consultant helping a number of co-ops with NISC issues. So we believe that they are extremely qualified, and we'll wait to see how the visit turns out, but we are very optimistic at this point. The CEO, which the board will have a discussion later about, I revised the general manager job description based on the traits identified by the board in September. Liz, I believe, sent that to the board members to review. After discussions with Liz, we posted the position on NRACA's cooperative.com and placed an ad in Sky High. As of yesterday afternoon, we have received 25 resumes through that process, which we will talk about later. 5 through the Sky High and our website. We also posted it on our website. I think 1 came through our website, and 20 through the NRACA cooperative.com. The 2023 budget, which is on the action items for discussion, as well as some discussion within executive session, completed that and included it in the packet. The budget made some changes to functional areas. Historically, we had the warehouse within operations, we had metering within operations, but with restructures that we have done over the last couple of years, metering is now part of IT, so it is included and their costs are included in IT. The warehouse is included within the finance area, so accounting, office services, and warehouse. And then the only thing within administration now is myself and the HR group, which would be HR folks and Adam White, our safety coordinator. Speaking of restructuring, we, with the departure of Scott as the manager of engineering, we saw an opportunity to do some restructuring and hopefully gain some efficiencies. We promoted Craig Stegner, who, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Coach, then you know me in your 17 years.
And he is now the assistant manager of engineering, will be responsible for the day-to-day supervision of the department. And we are creating a combination of engineering and operations under the umbrella supervision of Adam Paulson. And the budget does include hiring an additional engineer. And then you will see in the budget that we have more money for consulting, because in the interim, we will utilize consulting services for engineering as well as potentially staking. This is a trend that we're seeing with a lot of co-ops. They're combining engineering and operations because they work so closely together. And by doing that, you gain efficiencies. In some places, they're actually somewhat embedding a staker with individual operational teams of linemen so that they all work very closely together. If there are issues, they know how to handle those. And so the efficiencies gained from that show up, and you're able to get more done with the same amount of people. I will pause for a moment there.
And you have.
Congrats.
And you have a new staker too.
We do, and that I will cover in the Human Resources Department report later. And with the Winter Park land, the prospective buyer continues to do their due diligence of the property. The environmental report was completed. The consultant has not provided the report yet. Based on the preliminary discussions that we've had, I think it is favorable to Mountain Parks and what we thought was there. But we will have a copy of that hopefully within the next couple of weeks, the delineation study. And
Far along are we on the clock?
Do you want to say in purpose?
with their time to continue to do, we are coming up on the end of their due diligence period. They do have the option to extend due diligence by 30 days, but they have to pay us in order to do that. And I believe that they have submitted the report to the Corps for its review and acceptance. And that's one of the reasons why we don't have the final report back. If everything goes as planned and they don't extend, we expect that early December is when it will close. Any other questions on that before I move on to one of my last topics? We have two potential legal matters, which we will discuss more fully in executive session. One of our members added us to an existing lawsuit that they have with another of our members. I sent out communication to the board related to an attorney that we have engaged to handle that litigation. Should it go to litigation, we are attempting to try and settle it. But Levi had, and I talked, he felt that it would be better to have someone else handle it based on his current load. And so we signed that engagement letter and have, we were finally served Tuesday, I think, by the sheriff's office. We had expected that we would be served up to 2 weeks earlier because that's when they added us to it, but it was Tuesday that they provided that. The other is not currently litigation. We have received a letter from a member that has made a demand on Mountain Parks, and we have until next week, I think, to respond to their letter. And Levi and I will talk to you more about the specific of that. With the lawsuit, we do have an indemnification agreement. So we won't be responsible for the legal fees until they reach a certain amount, and we will tell you that amount in executive session. Any questions that I can answer in open session on either of those items? Seeing none, the strategic planning, I confirmed with CFC based on our September discussion, the strategic planning session will be on April the 18th, Tuesday, and 19th, Wednesday. We have not determined with them yet if it will be full days both days. I believe last time it was a full day the first day and a partial day the second day. So as soon as we get more information on that, we will provide it to the board. Last thing are two announcements. The CREA Innovation Summit is November 7th from 8 to 4:30. Send out a reminder to directors if you are interested in going. Let us know. Mark responded, as did Kristen, and I believe we have registered for you for the things that you were interested in. There are director classes that are available on November 5th and 6th, which I believe are Saturday and Sunday. And the CARE dinner and auction is in the evening of November the 6th. The last thing, and we will probably need to add this to emergency business, is we were notified by CREA that Jeff remains our person designated to be our board representative, but we did not designate an alternate representative. And that's because their form doesn't have a place for an alternate, but they want us to designate an alternate.
Do they think you're going somewhere?
I don't know.
So that we can take care of under emergency business. Just a couple of things. With the the Tri-State CEO meeting, as I said, they're going to do a presentation on the FERC and initial decision with the CTP. They're doing a presentation on energy services, which is the new group that Reg Rudolph heads up with them. They're going to do a presentation on Thursday of federal funding. And they're going to finish up with a presentation on WAPA contracts and history, which will talk about Tri-State's financial statements related to WAPA, the history of the contract allocations, who holds the contracts today and in the past, and has WAPA diluted over time.
And that's going to be from, I'm guessing, Tri-State's perspective on who holds the contracts.
Typically, whenever there is a presentation, yes, it is from their perspective.
Because I've always been curious about that, where those contracts reside, who owns them. So,
Tri-State says they do.
right. But yeah.
So that is the end of my report, unless there are any questions.
Carl, do you have any questions for Mark?
No, I don't, not right now.
Is anyone else?
If not, we will go ahead and have the presentation from Chris Miglowski. And it is on an all-electric homes presentation that he put together that he made to one of our departments, and thought it was interesting, and it would be interesting for the board to have a chance. So with that, Chris, take it away.
Yeah, this is meant to be educational. Shared with the engineering department a few weeks ago, but really the topic is some new considerations for all electric options.
Chris, Carl, can you hear Chris okay?
Oh, yeah.
You might need to be maybe back where Justin is, closer to that, or, yeah, wherever that mic.
No, I'm sorry, it's still around.
It is one.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that is as far as it goes. So just project. Chris.
Oh, okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah, know your voice.
Okay, so really the two new things to consider are electric vehicle chargers and cold climate heat pumps. 20 years ago, these weren't available, and now they are, and they're becoming more common. Hit the next slide. So first topic is EV chargers. And I love this photo on the left. So this is just a whole wall of different EV chargers that you could purchase and put in your garage. They all look kind of different, but the one thing they have in common is that they need an outlet to plug into. And so if you're building a new house and you want to have an electric car, you're going to need an outlet in your garage. They're all 240 volt outlets. 40 amps is pretty standard for the service. What's that? Yeah. For a level 2. It's about the same service as an electric clothes dryer. Pretty common. So, why would we want to consider this? Well, the auto industry is headed in that direction for electric vehicles. So Ford's investing $50 billion over the next few years. They expect a third of their global fleet to be electric. GM is investing $35 billion. They have 30 EV models that they expect to have through 2025. This next one's kind of a big one that happened this summer. California passed legislation that's going to phase out new gas car sales starting in 2035. And, you think, okay, it's just the state of California. How does that impact Colorado? Well, California is the 10th largest auto market in the world. And so what they really do, it does impact Colorado. I think Texas is the second largest market in the US, and it's only about half the size of California. So they really do have an impact. New York is passing similar or in the process of passing similar legislation. So, when that happens, we're probably going to see, even a larger commitment from our auto manufacturers. Locally in Colorado, electric cars are about 6.5% of sales last year, and then they were 8.6% for the first quarter of this year. So continued year over year growth in the sales of electric cars. You got to think of a new house that's built today. It's going to be around for the next 50 to 100 years. And I'm willing to bet at some point that someone living in that house is going to drive an electric car. It's just inevitable. So having that outlet that we had on that previous screen installed during new construction really makes sense. I asked Tim Moreland, he's the owner of Power to the People, they're electrical contractors in the area. I said, brand new construction, very straightforward, simple installation cost for an electric car outlet. How much would it be? And he said $300 to $400. So we're talking, peanuts. I don't even know if you could build a new house for under $1 million anymore around here. So, that's very minimal upfront cost. If you wait to retrofit, the cost goes up significantly. You're especially in multifamily projects, you're looking at busting concrete, trenching. It's a very high barrier to get that outlet installed in condos and apartments. Jump to the next one. So, Mount Parks Electric, we do offer rebates for the installation of an electric car charger outlet as well as the charger itself. And so it's a match of up to $500 for the charger and then a match of up to $500 for the installation of the outlet. Does anybody know how much like a Tesla charger costs?
So I know that
You might know.
all I needed to do was get the range outlet put in the garage. And the car comes with a cord that you plug into that.
Oh, yours came with it?
Yeah.
So we've seen numbers of.
Costs nothing. They make a charging station that, I forget what it is, but I'm like, why would I buy this thing and put it in my garage when I can just use the cord from the car?
Mhm.
But those Tesla chargers they'll toggle up to, you have to run a circuit that's capable of 100 amps to them because they'll run it continuously at 80 amps.
You can actually adjust the power. But
That's a big point in those.
you can buy a wall charger for $500. So essentially with our rebate, it's free. New construction with our rebate, it's free. So this really is a no-brainer. At least get the outlet in for new construction. And that's something that we're really trying to communicate to our members.
I recently got a quote for the 150 Lightning two-way charger, so we could do vehicle to home. And just for context, that quote was $5,000. It was on the higher end. But in talking to some of my contacts at Ford, they say that's pretty typical. But that, of course, is for the two-way capable, and it is 80 amps, not 40.
Most level 2 chargers for your garage are going to be $500 to $700 is kind of what they range. So
Is that install done by Ford or one of their contractors, Kristen? That's what I understood.
Adam can answer that question because we now have one.
All right.
So we had Guy Larson install ours.
Okay.
And I believe, so there was an issue with it, a recall. And I think they're sending somebody out to change it out before.
Yeah, we had got it installed and about 15 minutes later, we got the call that it was recalled. So they're sending a contractor out because they don't want us to put in any installing it and reinstalling it. So they did send a new charger, we're just waiting for their contractor to come and install it. So that's kind of a comical
Crazy.
situation.
You can jump to the next slide.
Chris, can I ask a
Yeah.
question? The $500 rebate for installation, that applies to new construction.
Correct.
So any developer who's doing multifamily can submit their plans and say, hey, we're gonna do this, and once you go out or someone goes out and sees them there, then,
Yeah, we just need an invoice from the contractor
Okay.
showing that they did it.
Yeah.
So,
But not a retrofit?
and a retrofit as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But we'll only pay $500 of the cost of the retrofit, which is probably going to be more than $500.
Potentially, yeah.
so, and then are they required to go on any time of use rate?
They are, yeah. So actually, a majority of our time of use rate members are our EV owners, which is what we want, but they are required to do that. So, yeah.
Where does the funding for the rebates
Um,
come from?
It's a split, so half is from Tri-State and then half is from Mount Parks Electric.
Yeah, it's part of the member relations budget is rebates that we Mountain Parks do.
So they would have to go on the time of use rate even if they just installed the outlet.
Same as the old hot water heater fund and all that.
Well, in order to qualify for the rebate, if somebody wanted to just put a charger in their house and didn't want the rebate, then no, they don't have to do the time of use.
So new construction, no owner yet to put on the time of use rate, and whoever buys a house has to be on the time of use rate.
It'll be a different member. Yes, we want those people on the time of use rate if they're claiming the rebate.
We would like them, but we would discuss that with the attorney to find out what.
Yeah, I was just curious. I was thinking if it was on like a
Wasn't a loaded question, but
Now we're getting into the weeds here.
Sounded.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go to the next slide. So the other topic was heat pumps. We've been talking about heat pumps for years, but I have a really short video from BC Hydro that just explains how they work in case it's been a while. I don't know if this will work with all our technical stuff here, but we'll see.
Yep. Oh,
No audio, maybe? Okay. Maybe if you could just jump forward to, I don't know, right about, maybe jump forward like 10 seconds. It just has a nice little graphic. It's sort of how they, right there. You can pause it there.
Of course, they put that up there.
Fail. Anyways, but that was just, a heat pump works. You have an outdoor unit, compressor, and then you have an indoor unit where the actual warm air is dispersed. And what they're doing is they're transferring heat through a refrigerant coil, and then it gets compressed, and that gets brought in through a line set, and then it's dispersed inside. So it exact same technology as a refrigerator in your house when you have the coils in the back. That refrigerator is taking warm air inside your refrigerator and it's expelling it outside. I remember when I was a kid at my grandma's house, she'd have me crawl behind there, clean off those coils to keep all the dust off so that it could efficiently expel that heat. Heat pump does the exact same thing. With the refrigerant, these can operate, we've seen specs down to like -15. So they are able to pull heat from the outdoors, transfer it to the indoors. And that's how they gain their efficiency. You could jump to the next one. No more
And you get air
videos.
conditioning in the summer.
Yeah, and they operate in reverse. Yeah, you can.
does a typical home have several?
Yeah, and we could.
Cool.
No, I don't have.
So it just depends on like the heating load, and then they'll size it based on the BTUs that the heat board provides.
And then if one goes belly up, you have the others that are still running.
Yeah, you could have 2 outdoor units. That's pretty typical. So we crunched some numbers on the cost to heat your home with the heat pump. I don't think people, everybody knows what the price of a gallon of gas is. We see that every day, but I don't think people realize just how much the price of natural gas and propane have gone up in the last year. So I did a cost comparison of strictly the fuel cost per BTU. So I actually called independent propane here in Granby. It was $2.69 per gallon. And if we were to run that through a highly efficient propane furnace, it would be $3,000.68 per million BTUs. If we were to do the same using electric, through a lower efficient heat pump, it'd be $2,457 per million BTUs. So, right now it's roughly 25% less expensive to use a heat pump than it is to heat with propane. And I was curious, I ran this same number with just straight baseboard. When I started 5 years ago, baseboard was no one, if they have baseboard, it can be expensive. Baseboard is only about 4% more expensive than a highly efficient propane furnace right now. Basically, they're about the same cost. So that's just how much, those fossil fuel prices have gone up recently. Jump to the next one. This is a graphic that Rob and I created with a little help from Tri-State and Colorado Country Life. We had it in our, is it the November or October issue? October. So yeah, so it just came out. We wanted to do a cost comparison of the install of a heat pump compared to a propane furnace, as well as the operating cost. So we're seeing in Grand County about $5,000 per ton is the install cost for a heat pump. So, maybe a 2,000 square foot home, we're going to have a 6-ton system installed. So, it's more expensive up front, but there is significant state and federal money that'll be available starting January 1st, as well as our rebates. So, when you look at the final install cost, it's less expensive to install the heat pumps. And then when you add in those fuel costs that I mentioned earlier, over a 15-year life cycle, it's just less expensive to operate. So I often don't pat ourselves on the back, but we've had several phone calls from members who've seen this graphic in CCL who are, their fire rebuilds, interested in, maybe propane, but saw this and are definitely curious about heat pumps. So it's been pretty effective. Yeah.
Just a quick question. Do you know, and I know you're not giving anyone an opinion. Is the state of Colorado tax credit refundable, or is it just you can use it if you need a tax credit?
Is it a deduction or a credit?
Yeah, you're talking.
Yeah, well, sometimes they will,
Well, it's dual. So it's there's a 2.9 sales. So you pay sales tax on the equipment. So they're taking away that sales tax.
Okay.
So no 2.9%. And then there's a 10% tax credit.
Okay.
So when you add them up, it's 12.9, but communicating this to the general public is a challenge. But yeah.
How does
It is
propane,
refundable.
Okay.
how does propane compare to, or the heat pump compared to natural gas?
Natural gas. So as far as like install costs, you're obviously not going to have a tank. You are going to have a service line. Probably not going to be that much.
Well, that's changing because the PUC is now not allowing rate basing of or subsidization of installation costs. So that may wind up going up significantly in our service territory.
Yeah. As far as operating costs, natural gas is about 75% less expensive than a heat pump. And let's compare it. When I started, it was about 400% less expensive. So it has gone up, but to get to that low price of gas, it's still, there's still a ways to go.
But Levi, just for your reference, my natural gas price this September was 30% more per therm than it was last. Not that I use more therms, the price per therm went up 30% year over year.
Sure, mine did too.
So I look at that, I'm like, our rates haven't gone up 30%.
Okay. Next one. And then I wanted to, share an all electric heat pump house in our service territory. So these aren't just like, it's not all modeling that we're doing. So this is a home. This is their January statement of last winter. They do have a little bit of solar, so it offsets some of it. But basically, you can see at the end of the month, their total energy bill was $148. Pretty reasonable for their highest bill of the winter. I looked at my natural gas bill for the same time, and I have a gas furnace, gas dryer, gas water heater. My gas bill was $128 just for gas. And so obviously. It's an anonymous. Yeah, there's no meter number, account number, name. This is a Grand County house.
It's a little bit of solar though, Chris.
It does, so they did offset about $10. And then obviously the solar was feeding into that panel during the day. So, maybe additional $20, but still their bill was well under $200 when you factor in that, which I think is pretty reasonable. Next slide, and that might have been my last one. Yeah, and these are just some questions we had for engineering, but that's all I have. Any questions on heat pumps, EV chargers? Yeah.
As the Colorado Energy Code Board starts to meet, would you be willing to provide insights and information?
Sure, yes. Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Yeah.
So the difference between installing a charger versus plugging your car in, how's that work? Because Liz mentioned she can just plug into the outlet opposed to having.
Right, so they sell Charge Point and all sorts of vendors sell a unit that you put in your garage. You screw it to the wall and it wires into a circuit. You may not even, I don't know if they direct wire or they just have plugs on it, but.
Both.
Okay, so people do that. Some of, like I have a brother-in-law who has the Mustang EV, and he put in a Charge Point charger in his garage. He has an app on his phone so he can see when it's charging there. So that's one way to do it. I just put in a range plug and the car, I already have an app for the car. I can tell it to charge it. I can tell it to charge at 12:15 every morning. So in the middle of the night, it charges for 4 hours if I've gone to Denver and back. And that way it doesn't hurt. But I do that all just from the phone and not through another app or service provider.
It doesn't make any difference on your charge time.
No, it doesn't make, and on the Teslas, you can dial up and down how many amps you want it to draw. So I could say to it, you know, I want the car charged by 10 the next morning, and it might actually reduce the amps it draws over that time period, or I can manually reduce it on a slider on my phone. So, and I think the other thing that some of the car manufacturers will do later, I believe you'll see it in Texas and California first probably, is Tesla will be, they've already asked sometimes for their users not to charge when they're having some sort of trouble meeting demand because it's super hot or super cold. I think that they probably will ask us whether or not we want to opt into a program that allows them to control that. And then they could bid that into the market. So I think that will eventually come. And in Ford's case, they could even bid in grid services and in generation into the market. So.
Questions? Yeah.
Yeah, so one question I have is when people are constructing new homes up here and they're considering sizing their service panel, you know, it's pretty typical these days to go 200 amps. Our house has 200 amps, even with an EV charger. But, you know, more and more often we're seeing 400 amp service panels being requested. I'm curious, how does our rate structure handle that? Are they going to be bumped up if they go with a 400 amp service panel to a different rate, or is that still typically the small
Still
general service?
Yeah, the general.
Currently, it's general for residential.
residential?
When we do the cost of service study next year, we'll look at that as well as other things as to potentially splitting.
Yeah. And then one thing to flag might be worth considering during strategic planning is one thing that we found is that a lot of people, when designing a home, may spec a higher amount of juice than is actually needed. So for example, even with my house, which is just 1,200 square feet, the engineers had originally spec'd a 400 amp service panel, and I worked with my electrician who kind of laughed at that and said, really don't need that much. Looking over the last year, the highest peak use we used was only 13 kilowatts, and that includes like electric water heater, heat pumps, and EV charging. So one thing we might want to monitor going forward is for homes that are all electric, like what do they actually need versus what is being spec'd?
I was going to bring that up too, but because the issue as an electric contractor is that you have to follow the National Electric Code,
Yep.
which you have to do a load calculation on the house for all those various pieces of equipment.
Yeah.
So it's driving the loads, it's driving, the size of the service way up. So I'd really be interested to see take like a house like yours and then maybe, like a 8,000 square foot house, if it's all electric, with hot tubs, EV chargers, and see what that looks like over the course of the year, what their demand is, as opposed to what the National Electric Code dictates what we do. Because I don't think, like Kristen said, I think there's some disparity there, but, we're kind of bound to that code.
And it has implications for how we wind up building out the distribution grid in the future. You want it to be resilient, but you also don't want it to be so big that you're over.
Well, and that,
Chris, you want to talk about your seminar conference that you're going to be doing?
Yeah, so we have it's called Sustainable Building in Mountain Communities. We're having that November 3rd at the Headwaters Center. It's in the morning. And we'll send out an invite. We're just working on finalizing it this week. It's from 9 to noon. And we're going to have 6 different speakers talking about electrification, kind of what I'm talking about. So we have someone from Mitsubishi Electric who's going to speak about heat pumps. We have a gentleman from Sweep speaking about all electric vehicle ready construction. We have a woman from Holy Cross Energy speaking about multifamily, affordable, all electric housing projects that they've been working on. And a few other speakers, similar topics. So
Sorry, Chris, what was that date?
it's November 3rd. It's a Thursday, 3 weeks.
yeah, and we will send out an invite to the board members if you would like to attend. And is it free breakfast or lunch?
Free refreshments is what we're calling it. Yeah, we'll have some, donuts stuff. So yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is everyone good to keep moving into our discussion and action items? Right. Communications policy.
You have the policy there with the edits of employees as well as Levi's review. And we will entertain any questions.
Does anyone have thoughts on the pink highlighted part, which is E? Staff, are we thinking we want it to be more broad, or why did you highlight that?
I believe that was a highlight from Levi.
Yeah. It's it's
Well,
and state with particular
Yeah.
on these programs.
Oh, I think, let me read this real quick.
Well, I believe, and Levi can correct me, he was questioning whether we would do something statewide versus community.
Oh.
And specifically because of the youth programs and community development, that something could be
Sort of
somewhere
narrow.
else, yeah.
Right. Do we want to, does it tie your hand, does it make your life more difficult, Rob? Or do you like that guidance? Would you do things differently if that sentence weren't in there?
I don't think so, unless of course my boss told me it's different.
And so Levi,
It's just a sentence, Lee.
I think, because I can't figure out why. Usually when I just put a question mark, it means it didn't make sense to me. Now that I read it, I understand it. So I think the use of the word state, I was using it as, thinking of it as somebody states something.
Oh,
And so that didn't
right.
read right to me. And now I see of the I think,
Community or statewide is sort of.
or that's how I read it. And I think it's intended to be, and state with particular emphasis, right? Or is it of the community and the state of Colorado?
Oh, so it's a.
Which is it? How do you read that, Mark?
I believe that we can leave it the way that it is, and we have not had any issue to, right?
No, I'm just asking, do you read that as, is that saying To the betterment of the community and state of Colorado?
Yes, but.
Or is it to the betterment of the community and state with particular emphasis on, yeah, state of Colorado makes sense to me.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
What if it,
I have no comments.
what if the definition of community is pretty broad and it just was worded dedicated to the betterment of the community with particular emphasis, and you delete and state? Because then community's a pretty broad definition.
Yeah, and I'm fine with it the way it is. I read it wrong. So
Yeah.
it's up to the board.
Does anyone have strong feelings about removing and state or to leave it just the way it is? I'd entertain a motion to do either.
Yeah.
I move to
Well,
approve.
but before we do that, there is a change on the second page under number 3, responsibility C. It said and/or assistant general manager. We do not have an assistant general manager. So we added or board president or their designee, basically in their absence. Because it said his, so we changed it to theirs. And this just recognizes the current reality.
Move to approve C1 as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Donations policy.
There are the suggested edits of staff as well as Levi. And there are some on pages 1, 2, and 3. So we can take pages one at a time if you'd like.
Does anyone have questions on page 1, 2, 3?
And 3 is the one probably that has the greatest change. And the one that I did change is under D. The request for donations will be approved by general manager. It said contribution committee. We don't have a contribution committee. And so they are typically my responsibility. I have delegated the authority for processing of those to Rob and his staff as they come in, and then they let me know, and then I say yes or no. But we don't actually have a contribution committee, so that's why I removed it.
Does anyone have questions?
I just have a question on if this change is made, then, for example, when the gentleman came in for the soccer jerseys and presented to us, would that be your decision?
No, two different things.
Okay.
The board every year in the budget puts money in the budget that allows for contributions by the general manager.
Okay.
The request for the soccer jerseys and other things, those are requests of the education fund, which those come to the board. There are also requests that come in for the charitable trust, and those go to the charitable trust board.
Okay.
So
this change would be more consistent with how the budget is set up.
Yes.
Okay.
So just to clarify, because this point was confusing to me too, when I joined the board, there's kind of separate pots of money with separate governing policies. So this particular policy applies, if I'm correct, to the charitable fund, but not to the education fund?
No, I
Now,
believe.
this is like the part, this is
There's a third.
money that's in the budget that comes from our overall revenue through electric bills. And in that budget, we have
So that's Operation Roundup?
no, it's just,
So it is actually an expense of the co-op.
Okay.
So it's up to 0.5% of revenues.
Okay.
And
of non-power sales,
Yeah.
non-labor revenues.
yes, and the Operation Roundup are voluntary contributions that our members make, and those go into the charitable trust.
And then the educational fund is the
Unclaimed capital
unclaimed
credits.
capital
And
credits.
those go into the education fund after they have not been claimed for 3 years. And then the board has discretion as to how they disperse those funds.
So these funds are an expense of us doing business and
May I request that we put just a line in this saying applicability, to kind of explain that nuance?
it's called.
Yes, exactly.
Or maybe, no.
At one time it was called like the general manager fund.
Yeah, we did call it the general manager fund, which I was like, I don't know if I like that.
Doesn't sound.
Yeah, because to me, it's more like, it's what Mount Morris does to support events and.
It is.
So you, Kristen, are you looking for something that would say something like, do you want to refer to the other funds, or do you just want to say what this fund is?
Just what this fund, what this policy is for, basically, which fund this
That's
policy is for.
Mark, is that what you were talking about?
It's in there, the 0.5%.
Oh, is it? Where is that?
Down,
It should be farther down.
Maybe that should be like,
Like,
oh, the annual donation budget, board directors and stuff.
it's in the budget.
Yeah, in the budget, under administrative, it says contributions and support to the community may be budgeted in the amount of 0.5% of the line item budget.
yeah,
These funds are administered by the member services group and covers Chamber of Commerce, Community Request Contribution Committee, which I need to modify.
Nesting wise, to me, maybe it does make sense for that to be A. And that might avoid the confusion in the future.
okay, so let's table this and bring it back with, or do you want to?
I'm okay with that change. So that would be two, or when I said A, I meant, so that would be 2A.
2A,
So 2, is that 2E?
Yeah.
Would be moved to 2A. And everything else would be moved down.
okay,
Mark, you good with that?
Yes.
okay. Any other questions or concerns on this?
Those changes I move to approve. C2.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
That was Jeff.
Oh, anyone opposed? Motion carries. Okay, before we go into the budget review, can we do the Form 990 and the tariff? Or do you want to do budget and development?
Whatever format you would like to do.
I would like to get rid of, go through the items
stuff?
that I think we can get through fast, then we'll
Okay.
take a quick break and do the budget.
Okay, so I have a question on how the board would like, so we did this last month and I wasn't sure. The way I did the minutes was I just got rid of the letter items. Like, so
Right.
we have A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So like now we're moving them around. To me, it would be confusing to have those say, so now we're gonna do, what are we gonna do?
Now we would go on to,
D.
actually, we're gonna
The
go
Form
on to the
990.
Form 990, which is not, well,
It's on the call to order, but it's not on
Yeah.
It's under budget.
yeah, it's,
But yeah, so for example, there, so we would go A, B, and then we would have one that's not lettered. So I just got rid of the letters and just had action items.
yeah.
You good with that?
Exactly. That's what we're
So we'll do it
doing
the way we do it in the meeting.
in real life, in reality.
Okay.
The minutes are gonna reflect reality.
Okay.
Okay. So has everyone had a chance to review the Form 990? Any questions on the 990?
And for the board's reference, the Form 990 is completed by our auditors, well, outside accounting resources.
And so this is like 100% completed, other than review?
I mean,
Yeah, other than
we
review.
provide information to them, we review it, and then, but we typically have no changes because
Yep.
we think there's something wrong. We talk to them, they explain that they're actually right.
And one of the questions is, did the board review it? So that's,
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
One question, when recording our hours, I feel like we've sometimes gotten conflicting guidance. One guidance is like record all your hours, but then, you only get compensated for the dedicated days that you attend the board meetings and whatnot. And then I recall when filling out the Form 990, there was some like IRS guidance that said only include compensated hours. So what should we do going forward for the 990s?
I think that when I read the IRS guideline, I interpreted it as if you're serving different organizations, you should break out the hours you spend. So this would pertain to Carl or, well, not Jeff, because CREA is covered through Mountain Parks.
Western
But,
United.
and Western United, did they pay the per diem?
Yes.
So Mark, when he's working on Western United stuff, should be keeping those hours separately from the hours he keeps for Mountain, when he's working on Mountain Park stuff. And so those Western United hours shouldn't go into his Mountain Parks 990 report. And the same for Carl. That's how I read the guidance on that form. So they're not saying you only report the time you're sitting in this meeting. It's you report all the conversation, all the.
Because, so for your meeting today, right, like, as Bryson discussed with you, your, part of your duty includes your prep for today.
Yeah.
So you're not, so I think that would be the explanation for you are being compensated for that time in your per diem, if that makes sense.
That makes sense.
What about outside research time?
Yeah, that's this.
I mean,
put that in.
for example, you work in the energy field, so a lot of that
Yeah.
is also benefiting this board and Mountain Parks.
I don't include that.
Yeah, if you're compensated by somebody else, if you're compensated by somebody else for what you're doing, I would not include it.
Yeah, I only include the time,
definitely
for
wouldn't. I'd lose my
instance, like
license.
that it takes me to read the board packet, read the emails, and
Right.
go back and forth, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions on this? And do we need a motion saying we just need to know that we reviewed it?
I would suggest a motion
The completed.
that the board has reviewed and accepts the 990 as presented.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. The next one is,
Is tariff 202.06. And this is our tariff related to streetlights. You'll see the changes that are in there. And part of this is that we have different types of streetlights that we have started to warehouse. And so we are modifying the tariffs for the ones that we no longer have and then adding the ones that we now use. So those are the changes that you see. And Scott, prior to his departure, worked on this and identified what the rate should be based on the wattage of the LED lights that we are using. And our plan is to replace all streetlights over time so that all we are using is LED, because there are still some, I believe, high pressure sodium out there. And then we are looking to try and narrow down the number of wattages for LED lights that we use. But we need to continue to have a rate for those lights that are still out there.
anybody have any issues with this tariff?
No, nope, I don't.
Okay.
Or we should, with recent turnovers, after this, we should discuss who is responsible for the publication notice of revised tariffs. Unless you got that, unless that was
Rob
directly
has-
underneath. Oh, Rob has done that.
Been the one that
Okay.
has heard it, because typically we will do it in the local newspapers.
Perfect. You got that, Rob?
Down right now.
Does anyone have any questions, comments about this tariff?
You may remember that it was on the agenda last month, but there was no tariff in your packet, and that's why it is on there again this month.
I have one comment, and that is, as we do this, my personal feeling is that everything we install ought to be dark sky compliant.
Oh, yeah.
So and I don't know if the cost for these were, how that was, whether they actually looked at whether or not they met that, whatever it's called, I think it's something DI, SDI, something like that. It's
I
like,
mean, just driving around in the early morning hours, most of the lights are, or
Right.
they are moving
I
towards
know
that.
when we first did it
They
in
were not.
Fraser, they weren't.
Yeah.
And I just want to say, I think that people really appreciate that. It keeps them shining, you know, it lights up where it needs to be lit up and it doesn't light up where it doesn't. I don't know if you can get them though.
All these new lights we're getting at Parks, guys.
Okay, great.
Yeah, most of the towns require it, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's a concern for community, so thanks. Anyone else? Is there a motion to approve this or
So moved.
Second.
all in favor? Any opposed? Okay. On to the Grand
Grand
Beginnings
Beginnings. So
funding request.
This is, we had the presentation last month from Katie, and she made or discussed a request, but we had nothing in writing. So this is the request for funding from Grand Beginnings, which is consistent with the presentation that she made last month to the board.
And I think, I wasn't sure whether this request included, she would like the next 4 years. When we talked about it last meeting, I believe we talked about 3 years. So are people comfortable going 4 years out, or do you want to stick with 3 years? 4 years contingent upon a annual report from her.
Oh, this spells out 4 years?
Yes,
Yeah,
the first line there, it says $32,000, $8,000 per year for 4 years.
So I believe when we talked about it, we talked about the fact it had worked in 2022, and we were looking at 23, 24, 25. That's what I had written down. This is a little different than that. People, I mean, I don't think it really matters if we go 3 years or 4 years as far as funding for next year. She's going to get it. She's going to give us a report.
Yeah.
She's going to get the next year, you know. So whatever you guys are comfortable with.
Liz, so, but you don't think she'll have any, I mean, now that it's spelled out at 4 years, it's not going to be an issue for her?
That is her
That's her-
request
her
is 4
ask.
years, but the
It's a long
board could
time.
do 3 years if they
And then we
chose.
could re-up in, on the third year or the second year even.
Because the first grant that was given was for a single year.
Okay, I was just wondering if it affected how she was going to budget, that's all. If, that-
Well,
you know, if we say, oh, that's 3 years.
Based on her presentation last month, what affects her is if you do it 1 year at a time, it makes it really difficult to put together a program. They need some length to the contribution so that they can say, you know, okay, we're going to do this. And they will know that for the next 3 or 4 years, they have the funds to do it, as opposed to, we're going to do it this year and then next year, maybe, maybe not.
I guess one thing that I think about is, like, we do driver's ed, and we never discuss that as a annual, like, oh, should we do driver's ed this year or not? But there's some things that I think checking in and making sure that that it just doesn't, I think this is don't get me wrong, I think this is a very important program, but I do think that we need to check in with the organizations that we give money to, see if that money's being
And
used
that actually
effectively and
came up
makes sense.
very recently related to driver's ed. And one of our members called, and the schools are having difficulty. They contract out the driver's ed with a company that is based in Colorado Springs. They are having difficulty getting teachers to come up. And one of the reasons, based on research that Rob did, is that the requirements to be a teacher, you can never have had a ticket. And
They said specifically. Damn.
That rolls you out, Mark.
yes.
I'm just not working.
So up until last month, Mark would have qualified. Now Mark doesn't.
It's just a warning.
So they had requested that we, Mountain Parks, reimburse the cost for their child to go down to a program that is offered in Golden. So we did the research on how the program is actually working. And the way that we, Mountain Parks, administer the program is we fund the driver's ed at the school. But the student says they would like to take driver's ed. This company in Colorado Springs provides it, bills the school for it is $400 for 6 hours of training.
The school then pays the company in Colorado Springs, and then once a year, they give us a bill and we reimburse them for that cost. So it's actual cost. It's not, we don't, because I was under the impression that we were giving them money each year. If they don't provide any service, we don't give them any money.
So anyway,
And there used to be a driving instructor.
up here.
But he was not an employee of the schools. He was an
Still
employee
billed
of that company in Colorado Springs. He just happened to be local. And that's what they are trying to find, and they have not been able to yet.
There you go, Mark. If it's only a warning.
I missed,
You can do it. You can do it. They're looking for someone. So back to grand beginnings.
I'd
3
make a
years?
motion that we do 4 years, but with annual check-ins, so if we need to evaluate what the money's going. And then sure she, Kathy.
That's a second?
Yeah, and she does have a grant reporting requirement in there, so she would report to the board every
Okay,
September.
all in favor? Any opposed? Excellent. Okay, one thing that we're going to do under emergency business, but I'm moving up, is the Grand Enterprise Initiative isn't in call to order or on the agenda, but we did talk about it.
It is in call to order.
Oh, it is in call to order.
Under emergency business.
Yes, under emergency business.
And
We're-
so the Grand Enterprise
Oh, I need
Initiative,
to-
similar, they came in, Patrick and his board members came in and did the presentation to the board last month. They made requests, but they did not have anything in writing for the board to look at. So we tabled it. He is now providing us with a written request, which is $10,000 a year for each Grand and Jackson County, so total of 20, and a commitment for 3 years, starting with fiscal '23.
Okay, and the Jackson County is subject to a $10,000 match from
Match.
other entities.
Yes.
But we accept that contingent upon the yearly review.
Yeah, yearly review and the match. And that's what we talked about.
Contingent on match by who?
I didn't, in my
The town of Walden
suggestion,
and Jackson County,
I
I
guess
believe.
my suggestion would be to leave that open, Levi. If he can get some entity to match
He needs.
$10,000, yeah, so basically getting $10,000 for the initiative that serves the Grand County area. And that he's talked to us about his match there. I don't think it's going to be a problem, but we should probably make it contingent upon match because we don't know what's going to happen 3 years from now.
So to be clear, his sentence says 10,000 a year for each initiative.
Right.
So if he gets the match, it's 20,000 from us.
Right. So I think the easiest thing would be to say we're going to give $10,000 for 3 years for the Grand side of things, $10,000 a year for the Jackson County side of things. The Jackson County side has to have a match. I don't care whether it gets it from DOLA, a private donation, the town of Walden, or the county.
But is it just a one for one match, or did he need two? Did he
No,
need
it's.
20 extra?
No, he needs to come up with another $10,000. We're giving him 10,
He only needs.
and he needs another 10. He said he needed 20 to do.
And we had given him 5 in previous years for Jackson.
Yes.
What if we word it such that if he doesn't get his 10, say he gets 5, and we do 5?
We'll match up.
Because then he doesn't get shorted.
Right, well, I
It's not
think he.
10 or nothing.
Well, he basically said if he didn't get another 10, he could make it work.
His budget for Jackson is 20, so if he can't get $20,000, he can't make it work.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Do
The motion you're looking for is to donate a total of $20,000, 10,000 to Grand County, 10,000 to Jackson County, with the donation, the 10,000 to Jackson County being contingent on the
Both
enterprise.
contingent.
Yeah, let's just say both are contingent on match.
Okay,
The Grand is
And an
not an issue
annual-
because his budget is
And an
100,000.
annual.
but make them both contingent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second,
Who made the
Who made
motion?
the first one?
Mark did.
Okay. Any more discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Now, can we take a break? Is that all the other stuff?
Oh, and it was contingent on annual
Yeah, annual review. Oh, no, we could.
Which that is not an
go
issue.
into-
He loves to come in.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna just hold on just a second and we're gonna go through the NRECA delegate, the basin, the name change, the strategic planning dates.
Change.
And we're gonna take a break.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
But those guys are.
the NRECA annual meeting, we need to, or we don't have to,
Colorado
but
part.
yes, we can identify a delegate and an alternate if the board is so inclined.
I asked who would be at that meeting because rather than having someone special go down there, I thought, and Kristen said she would be there. Mark said he would be there. So I would recommend we make Kristen our delegate on the 8th,
Is that,
the morning of the 8th.
I'm taking a train back the morning of the 8th.
Oh,
Is there
okay.
any chance
Someone
someone
else
else going to be there the morning of the 8th?
Um,
I won't have a
Well, I
car.
will be there.
Mark will be there.
Okay, you'll be there.
Is anyone else going to attend that meeting? I may.
Because I'm driving.
But. Okay, Mark, and why don't you, I would be willing to, are you going to be at that meeting? On Tuesday morning. I might, I could perhaps be the alternate.
Well, I'll be there. So we'll list you as the alternate, and if you're there, fine. If not,
Okay.
so we need a
So
motion.
we need a motion to make Mark Johnston our region, whatever, 7.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, the Basin Electric.
Their annual meeting is in Bismarck on November the 8th, and we can identify a delegate and an alternate if we so choose.
Rob loves going there.
Sitting over there going like this.
I don't think that we have, I mean, we have a couple of times designated Rob, but I did not plan to go to Bismarck.
Okay, I just wanted to put it on the agenda because I felt like we're a member of the organization.
Yeah.
We should be aware of the meeting and.
It does conflict with the meeting in Denver affiliated with the Innovation Summit.
Right. So,
It's probably on
I don't believe so.
yeah, I think they would like people to come.
Yes, they want you to be there.
So
Chamber of Commerce.
So is everyone okay with us just not attending that meeting? And I do have to say that they came and did a fantastic presentation at the quarterly breakfast with the employees, their after hours dispatch service, and what a important service they provide to us. It was a great presentation. Okay.
So name change.
Okay, so for consideration is renaming Green Power, the Green Power Program to the Clean Power Program and the associated Clean Power Advisory Board. They would like to change the name. I think Rob doesn't have any, Mark don't have heartburn over that.
Is there any
The
financial
committee wants to do it.
implications?
No.
No. Any questions, concerns besides financial?
So this, we're changing it to what? Sorry.
Clean Power Program.
From Green Power.
What are you
Clean
gonna
Power
do with your?
Program or Clean Power Advisory Board?
So there's two things. There's the Clean Power Program, which is where the money goes.
And then
It's not the
there's
rebate.
the group that.
There's the committee.
Yep.
And they would like to be the advisory board rather than advisory committee because then it's not another CPAC. They would be CPAB.
Clean Power Program governed by the Clean Power Advisory Board.
Yes. All right.
Motion for that.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay, we are moving.
Okay, in your packet, you have a request that we received. A parent contacted us, their child who is currently in high school, I believe, and is planning to go to, who actually may have graduated from high school, is planning to go to line school. And as the board had discussed, I believe in August, support for
individuals that were interested in going to line school. You see the letter where they're going to go to. The cost is, or was, the last time we did this for one of our current employees was $21,000. And what we did is we did it in a 3 installment. So we provided $7,000 up front, $7,000 at the completion of line school, and then if they came to work for us as an apprentice, $7,000 after their first year.
Is there any discussion on this? Any questions for Mark?
You said this is a child of a member?
Yes.
Is the 21,000 still current? A good number?
I do not know that because their request does not say how much it's going to cost to go through the program. Do you know, Adam?
I don't. We can find out.
But what I would suggest is that we either put a number in there or put a cap on what we would give, and then that we say whether we're going to do it as we've done in the past with our employee in thirds, or we give it all up front. And I would strongly encourage the board not to give it all up front.
Do we want to?
Because he's at Mesa, so there's other room and board and so forth.
Actually, I believe that, you know, with the 21,000 is the full cost, is it not?
So you gotta buy tools, and that is the full cost, the program. I believe it's, so that would be the full cost.
It's a year program. But I think Craig's question has to do with, does it include room and board?
It does not.
Okay.
It's just tuition.
Yeah.
And our tools up front, year
You
one.
buy the tools up front.
That's included in the 21,000, the tools.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I mean, maybe,
Right.
maybe, I guess some type of carrot to, if he's employable for Mountain Park Electric. I would rather put more of it at the end, like if you are offered a job in Mountain Park Electric. Then
Well, and so what we did with the other individual is we gave them 7,000 up front,
Yeah.
7,000 at the completion of the school. And then he came to work for us and we gave him 7,000 after he completed his first year with us.
Kind of like a sign-on bonus.
Yeah.
In a sense.
Did that work well, in your estimation?
Yes, in fact, at the annual meeting, which you all attended, he was one of the presenters, or he was on one of the panels that we did on or basically giving to the community, supporting the community. He is a great employee. He is a local, went to high school here. His mother worked for us as well. And so we have one high school intern this last year that was with us, and he is considering line school. So it's an opportunity, I think, for us to give the kids an opportunity to see what it is entailed, and then to hopefully help them make the decision that that's what they would like to do.
Is there any kind of sign-on bonus for, say, a linesman that's been somewhere else for 10 years that comes here?
No.
This is a little, it might be splitting hairs and it's a little opposite of what Justin said, but I wonder if there's value to giving them a little more in year one to cover tools and so forth. Maybe his expenses are higher in year one, and then 2 and 3 are the same. It's a little opposite of what Justin was suggesting on loading, year 3 or the employee, final payment. But
And
I don't know if that would be helpful.
how do they pay the tuition?
So you have an upfront cost to enter the class, you have your tool costs, and you're right, there's more upfront costs, and then you have a first semester cost.
So Leah has looked it up, it looks like.
The package price for the tool program is $2,635 for just the tool package. That's what I found so far.
So,
And to your question about signing bonuses, we don't do that for employees currently. There are some, I know Excel currently has signing bonuses for employees, depending on their need for the employees. we believe that we provide it within our compensation package, the money that is necessary. Now, obviously, an apprentice, when they start, makes less than a journeyman lineman.
Yeah.
So,
About 7, 4, 10,000.
what'd you say?
7, 4, and 10,000. So half the schooling paid for, even if he doesn't come work here, and then he gets the other half basically if he's a good employee. And
Oh, so you're back end loading it, and I think
I think
Chris is
so.
talking about front end loading
Still
it.
covers it.
Well, we could do a,
I'm just thinking what our other scholarships are, and if the
Yeah.
kid ends up not liking lineman school after a month, then you got 10 grand.
So
Yeah.
there's always a possibility. A lot of kids get into it, start finding the pools and say, this isn't for me.
And I don't know the young man, but I mean, yeah.
so maybe the compromise is to just do the third.
It would be simple. It would be simple
Yeah.
that way.
Just a thought, maybe we could move to approve with details on terms to be worked out by management.
With a not to exceed number? Do
Yeah,
you guys feel like you want to trust Adam with and Leah and Mark to have that discussion?
Trust them.
Okay.
Listen,
So how about if we, because we don't know the actual cost right now, not to exceed 24,000, and that way with thirds, it ends up being 8.
Okay. Did anyone make a motion?
second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Good program.
Okay, great.
So
Maybe Adam or somebody should interview.
8 lunches, what you have.
usually
I
moved
have
and
not
Mark,
met him.
or-
Well, just to
and,
make, I mean,
Yeah.
who knows if he knows what a license does.
24,000.
So I know that you wanted to get through all of them before we took a break, but since you sent me the document that Cray is going to discuss, perhaps we could take a break. I'll print the document for the board
Okay.
so that you can all see it. Yes.
Levi,
Levi.
Since we had such a long conversation and then it was all, came down to a so moved, I wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. Craig Healy moved to approve up to $24,000.
For Levi to go to the lineman school.
Sorry, what?
I said gesundheit because
Oh,
sneeze.
Craig Healy moved to approve up to $24,000 with terms and conditions to be worked out by MPI management, and Jeff House seconded. Oh, yeah. Okay.
excellent.
Is that what we had?
okay.
Okay, let's take a break. 10-minute break. Here we go, folks.
Yes, it was.
It's kind of crazy because
Yeah,
2011.
Yes, future.
okay, teacher. All right.
to get natural gas.
Freddie had, when we spoke about the scholarship program, there was a question on whether or not, how the scholarship program has, whether it's met the increasing costs of schools and how it's grown over the years. So Rob provided some information. Cray put it in a different format. And Cray wants to talk about the scholarship program and also thinking about whether or not we could expand it and try to get more applicants to trade schools through the program. So go ahead.
Thanks, Liz. Yeah, this is not anything super fancy. There's nothing new here, but like Liz said, I did take Rob's email summary by year and made a table. So take a quick look at that 1999 through last year. And you can see, the mountain parks total, the last 4 years, we've just went from 20-some thousand up to 50, 60, almost 70,000, which is awesome. So that's super generous. One thing I noticed was the tri-state match, the Basin Electric match, and then the last tri-state. Those are pretty flat. So I wonder, those are kind of declining dollars with inflation. So I wonder just off the bat if there's any opportunity for an ask to those.
The tri-state was looking at ending their contribution altogether.
So you're like,
Don't ask.
That answers that question. Okay. Well, it's interesting that our scholarships on that first column, we're up well into mid 60,000. The VOTEC, we've done it here and there. And I'm wondering, if there's some opportunity for the trades and to somehow try to get, I think our total number is 70-some thousand is really generous. I'm not thinking of increasing that, just maybe redistributing it a little. So all this is just food for thought. And so I did, I got some little blurbs off the internet. And of course, trade school is so much more than just, what we think of as the trades. And the linesman program, I think anybody that came to us, we'd be thrilled to throw money at that. But I'm wondering if there's an opportunity, not just for high school graduates, but for somebody that's in their mid-20s and working across the street at the gas station, say, hey, I'd like to go to beautician school.
Mid-50s?
Yeah.
And I'd say too, that if what you've listed here from like plumber to hairstylist, if you Google Indeed jobs in Colorado, these are the exact same job. These are just repeated over and over on page after page, these same jobs you've got listed.
I think these kind of jobs, for instance, Nina went to the dentist the other day in Denver. Well, the shortage of dental hygienists. The dentist did the
There's a
cleaning.
shortage here. Yeah.
So that's becoming more typical. And this dentist has been in practice for 40 years. And so anyway, I'm wondering how we can just maybe redistribute our dollars and how to get the PR out for the trades. Because I think if we train a carpenter, if we train an electrician, and we train a hygienist, it all improves the community. And not necessarily college. College is wonderful. It's a great experience. But the trades are really, can almost benefit Grand County better than maybe college. I don't know.
And we don't necessarily allocate the money. Basically, most of our applicants come from the high schools. We have had applicants that were not high school students. And it is based on, Rob and his staff, they go to the college fairs and financial aid things. We put out information, we work with the school to put out information on the scholarships. And so any student wanting to attend any program can apply for the scholarship. And so it is not that we are allocating it, that's just the way that the applications are coming in. So I think, to your point, it is maybe identifying a way for Mountain Parks to market to interested individuals that may be outside of the high school program, that this is something that is available. I know that I believe there's at least one organization within Grand County that kind of is job training, and they help people kind of figure out what it is that they want to do and put them in touch with things. That might be an opportunity for us to talk with them and be able to say, we offer scholarships. And I mean, if that's what the board would like to do, that we offer scholarships for trade schools. And so if you have somebody that wants to go, we do one thing that we offer scholarships that's not in here is for people that want to go down and learn to be installers for the heat pumps. And the cost of that is not great. And so, it's something that's fairly easy to do.
Yeah.
But that I think might be an opportunity, or we could work with maybe the Grand Foundation or Mountain Family Center to see if there's a way that they have a program that, helps people find job opportunities, and we could have materials with them that would say that, if this is something you're interested in, you could apply for a scholarship.
Yeah, I think, we know the college experience is wonderful and we're happy to help, but, $3,000 to $4,000 a year of a $100,000 ticket is not a big help, but $3,000 or $4,000 to a trade school where the tuition that I researched might be $3,000 to $15,000, huge help. So I think it could make a real impact. So I don't know if somebody, if Rob or Mark, or some of us could, Patrick Brower is a resource. to try to, get a change in marketing or, how to get the word out to the 20 or 30-year-olds who are kind of just struggling and get them into, one of the trades. I don't have any answers, but
Any thoughts, anyone?
just food for thought.
Carl, do you have something?
The only comment I would make is, we have a scholarship committee that picks the winners and losers, but if we want to reallocate money, then make a trade school scholarship greater than the college scholarship. I don't, that would be just my thoughts right at the moment.
And
I think we have that's our largest one. Is the $35,000.
Yeah.
And we, to our knowledge, over the last probably 5 years, we have not had a VOTEC applicant that we did not fund.
so,
There just aren't a lot of people going, or at least applying for our scholarship for VOTEC. I would assume that there are a number of kids in the high school that will go through a program like that, but for whatever reason, they don't apply for our scholarship.
they don't, maybe,
Yeah.
it's might be that it's a different, we need to reach them in a different way. And I guess for me, I'm like, I think scholarships are important. I wouldn't necessarily reallocate. I would announce there's another so many $1,000s that we're allocating towards trade school scholarships and set something up with, the high school and Patrick or Beta or whoever is doing sort of career training programs and see if we can get some uptake there.
We even have vocational teachers like at the high school anymore? I mean, is there that kind of stuff still?
And is there
Okay.
IT, are there IT sort of trade focused schools? Coding count, or
Red Rocks, just one time and stuff like that for the associates. Well, there's like ITT Tech and other things, but those tend to be expensive. And
Yeah.
they're certificate based.
Kristen?
I was just saying, like, there's coding counts and stuff like that. And,
Yeah.
people are interested in finding.
I'm wondering, I think Mark or somebody touched on it, how do we, rather than, going after the high school grads, just try to get those mid-20s or, that group that is just here, wants to stay here, but they're struggling. And
Or
just need
someone in their 50s.
I'm not mentioning any names.
Yeah. Exactly. So
Or 60s.
just, I don't know, maybe we bring in somebody like, an expert like Rob that in the community that just how to, I don't know if it's an ad in the paper or something to.
Now, do you think there's a school for driver's ed teachers that Mark could go to? Get this?
I gotta get a governor on my throttle.
Justin?
I mean, maybe advertise in the paper and then put it on a different cycle than the typical high school graduate school schedule so that, just in September versus, I don't know. I mean, it just, then it doesn't get confused with you have to get high school to have this. It's a community-wide. And it makes it easier on the scholarship committee and Rob to not have to juggle high school applicants versus folks that have already graduated or.
And I have to think that Mountain Parks is quite generous with that approaching 70,000 total. Lions and some of the others do quite a bit also, but is this tops in the county for scholarships from
Typically, when we go to their scholarship or award night, we're giving away more money than anybody else.
Right.
And that's because we have a larger pot of money, I think, for some. But like the Lions, Rotary, and those types of things, they will give away 1 or 2 or 3 scholarships. And it's because they raise those funds in order to be able to do that.
Is this something that the scholarship committee would want to have a conversation about?
I can talk to them about it.
About like how they sort of think of
Yeah.
that this could work?
I mean,
or-
most of them, their focus and experience is in the high school level. They have some connection to our school districts, and oftentimes they know the kids that are applying.
Right.
And so they kind of have a little good understanding of their community and the school and the need. I think what Craig is suggesting is kind of a different animal when we're looking at 20-somethings, 30-somethings. And I do know that going back to what we do now, it's quite a commitment for people on the committee with, we get 30, 40, 50 applicants. And there's multiple pieces to their application. And typically they'll review all those applications before they meet and award the scholarships. But when they meet, it's usually a 4 to 6 hour process. So it's a pretty time consuming thing doing what we're doing now. To add this, I don't know what that workload would look like in that process. It's possible they would do it, but it's not the same group on the committee every year either. Typically, some will do this several years, but there's different people from time to time. And they need, it's really helpful when we get someone who does it multiple years to guide the rest of the group through the process. We take a very hands-off approach. We say this is your deliberation. We're relying on you to make these recommendations for us. We don't give them any input other than the required pieces that we have in the application process. And so I would guess if we ask them to do this too, they might be willing to do it. They would need some guidance, of course. And I don't know how many would apply for this is my concern, is if it turned out being, 10, 20 more people, what would we require them to provide us for the group to make a decision? So,
It'd almost have to be maybe on a different cycle, like Liz mentioned.
Yeah, I think that's a
if
good
I
idea.
want to go to beauty school, I want to go next month, and it's April
Yeah.
or September.
What I would
There's a county building association and they might be a good.
Yeah.
Steve Jensen was the president. I don't know if he is.
Yeah, because I got to get a paid
Somebody
job.
knew now, but yeah, he's involved.
What I would
Really good
suggest
resource.
is that we table this discussion, allow staff to look at some of the trade schools that are out there, get more information about costs. The other thing that I know, in my distant past, I was the Director of Institutional Relations for the Alaska Student Loan Corporation. And we could potentially provide scholarships to the school that they could give away. So interested individuals that wanted to go to a school, that the scholarship would be there and it would be something that
that's a
we
good
could
idea.
help to fund. But we'll get information about associations that are available that maybe, we could market through them. And then cost of the schools, and then bring back more information to the board to consider, how we might do it, and then what, if anything, we would add in addition and the cycle, because I think you're correct that although the programs are on similar schedule to the school, they're not necessarily the same, and some of them, they will start a program and then 6 months later, they start another program. So they have more than one class going at a time.
That sounds good.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Carl, do you have anything?
Not right now.
Okay. But how about if we go into budget?
Okay. I'm going to make some general comments. You have the budget in your packet. If you have questions, we can talk about them. If we want to dig into the specifics of some of the stuff that we're doing, I would suggest that we do that, especially related to labor benefits, that type of thing, in executive session. But my approach to the 23 budget was to be conservative when it comes to revenue and try to put as realistic an expectation on expenses as possible. So for budget revenue, we were extremely conservative. We estimated what the 2022 revenue will be, and that's what we put in for the 23 revenue in the budget. We expect that the actual revenue in 23 should grow between 3 and 6% based on the last few years. There is no recognition of receipt of a tri-state capital credit, and that was because last year we didn't receive one. They have allocated, but they have not refunded amounts and are not certain whether they will. So if they do that, it will make a difference in what we have budgeted. That credit is typically somewhere between $500,000 and $1.5 million. Our power costs are estimated at 59.7% of revenue. So it's a percentage of the revenue that we have done. Through August of this year, that's in your financial packet. It is 54.4% of our actual revenue. And the 5-year average, 2017 through 2021, it's 54.41%. So we are budgeting higher for power costs than what we are seeing. But in the event that there is an increase at some point during 23, we want to be prepared for that and not have to make major changes to the budget. As I mentioned in my report, we've tried to realign employee groups and put them in the budgets that they are actually in, as opposed to having them last year. We had made some of the changes, late in the year. And so we just left the employees in operations, even though they are not operations employees anymore. So we have made those changes. So when you look at some of the individual department budgets and you see that compensation went way up, it's not just that we're paying everybody more, it's that there are more employees there than there were in the past. The operations budget that is being proposed is an increase of 17.32% over the 2022 budget. A couple of reasons for that. Historically, and when I say that, I'm talking about the last 3 years, maybe 4. In the operations budget, we have had certain categories that we put into the budget, and there are allocations of some of those expenses. And so we have not put the actual expense that we pay into the budget because we figure we're going to allocate it. Some examples of that: insurance. This last 2 years, we paid $270,000 for insurance. In the budget last year and the year before, it was $102,000. With transportation, which is all the costs associated with the fleet that we have, the last 2 years, we've had $450,000 in our budget. Our actual expense is between $800,000 and $900,000. So that is a change this year. I made those increases. Brush control. We have been under budgeting that. And I think some of it is that it was intentional under budget of it. But what I think we should do is actually put in what we think it's going to be, or what our actual experience has been over the last couple of years. If it's less than that, good. If it's, if it's that, better. Meter repair, we have not budgeted specifically for meter repair, the cost associated with the metering group that is now under Joe. And so we put money in this year for that. And that's about $63,000. We know that our breaker and regulator testing, that we're going to need to do significantly more of it this year. And so that is a significant increase year over year. And our utilities, we know that the utilities are going up. And the utilities are things other than electric, because we don't charge ourselves for electricity. So that would be water, sewer, phones, gas, whatever costs. So when you look at those categories, 38.5% of the increase is related to those things. We also, as I mentioned earlier, we're looking at making a significant increase in the engineering consulting expenditures, because we're going to be doing the long-term plan, which also is going to include an inventory of our pole attachments. And we expect that we will need more money in just consulting work. That accounts for 7% of the budget increase. It's in the neighborhood of $140,000, I believe. Our systems and software every year, they increase, with NISC and other things. That accounts for about 2.3% of the increase in the budget. Safety equipment, costs of everything are going up. And although it's not a significant portion of it, those are going up about 1.4% is the increase that we're seeing related to that. Benefit costs, we saw at the last board meeting, the proposal from NRECA. We're going to renew that, and that is an 8% increase over our cost for this year. What that equates to, though, is about 15% increase within the total budget. So of that 17%, 15% of the 17% actually related to benefits. Lastly, compensation. We are seeing as we recruit, we've been very successful in recruiting people. We got some very good candidates, but it comes at a cost. It's costing us more than what we have done in the past. So we've had to look at the ranges that we have and increase those ranges. We do the surveys with Mountain States or Employers Council. It's actually, I think, Mountain States Employers Council, but depending on what you decide to call them. Every year for the Colorado co-ops, and we have seen significant increases in the ranges that we have. They have moved quite a bit this year. And because of the job market, we have had to be very creative in how we structure things in order to get people in the door. In addition to that, with the cost of inflation, our increase for employees this year is higher than it has been in past years. And we can discuss that in executive session and explain why, because we have talked with employees about their evaluations. We have not told them what their increase is going to be for this year. And so if you add all of those things together, that accounts for 96.2% of that increase that we have in the budget. So there are some smaller things in other areas where training and travel, we expect that the cost of that's going to go up. So we added additional money into that. That is the operating budget. When you look at the capital budget, the work plan is $7.3 million. And it seems like a lot of money, but if you go back over the last probably 10 years, we would have a budget of $4 to $5 million, but we would not actually do work that was in the range of $4 to $5 million. We were doing $800,000 worth of capital work in a year. The problem with that is the system needs to be maintained. And so that $7.3 million is to maintain the system, design projects, and then miscellaneous distribution equipment. So we've got to be able to repair some of the lines that we've got, replace them. With the budget last year, we had a larger budget, but then we deferred some of the projects. We designed the projects and what we call put them on the shelf. So if we did better than we anticipated, we could throw those projects in and do them. We haven't done that with the projects this year because, well, in 2022, we haven't taken any of those projects off the shelf. And a lot of that is related to all the work related to FEMA and mitigation. We've spent a lot of money this year and last on upgrading and hardening our system with pole wraps and new equipment. So the challenges for us with that are that it's getting more expensive to do what we do. An example is the conduit that we put in the ground. It now costs more than the wire that we pull through. It has gone up 300% to 400% over the last year. Now, will those costs go down? Maybe, maybe not, but we're looking at in some cases, monthly increases on the equipment that we use to put into the field. Wherever possible, when you look at it, there on some of the things within the work plan, underneath it, there's a negative, and those are either mitigation funds that we have applied for, or they are capacity charges. So when someone wants to apply for a service and we put it in, we charge them a capacity charge. That goes into a fund, and that helps us to do some of the work that we need to do to maintain the rest of the system. Under miscellaneous, it includes $250,000 for a SCADA upgrade, and that's just the equipment side of it. We are in desperate need of an upgrade of our SCADA system. We have talked about doing it the last 2 years, and we have not. We need to do it. So there's $250,000 in there for the equipment. When you look at the capital equipment budget, That's $1.7 million. And that's for necessary equipment replacement. And the first section is vehicles and things like that, as we talked when Don Finn presented our capital, we are probably relatively conservative in the amount that we use our trucks. So we use them longer than most utilities do or the industry because we have very good employees that maintain them. And so we can do that and not have to worry about it. One of the other reasons why we do that is because when you order a piece of equipment now, it might take 2 or 3 years to get that piece of equipment. So you have to make sure that the stuff that you have lasts because you might not be able to get another one. We are looking at the possibility of leasing equipment, but those costs, when we have done it in the past, it hasn't actually been a good deal because at the end of the lease, you don't own it. And the cost on the lease versus own are not that different. And so it is better if you own it and you can use it for 8 years as opposed to leasing it for 4 or 5 years. We have in there a replacement of our current radio system. The system we have is out of date and it's an employee safety issue. There are areas that our employees go into that we can't communicate with them with our radio system. Sometimes we can communicate with them via cell phone, but anybody that's driven around the county knows there are areas where cell phones don't work that great either. So we need to do that. The SCADA software side of it, OSI, is another $160,000. So the equipment's $250,000. The software related to it is $160,000. And then we've got in that capital budget some building upgrades and safety fixes. Examples of safety fixes is the drainage system in Kremling is basically falling apart. And in the winter, we have ice dams on it and we've got huge ice hanging from the building. We need to fix some of those things and those are in there. There are 2 projects that are in the budget and they appear that they're the same thing. One is under the first part of the general stuff. One is under IT and they both say Walden remodel. They are actually 2 different projects. We need to create a server room and room for SCADA equipment in Walden, which right now we have stuff in a closet and it's not the way it should be done. We need more room. And so we need to actually create a server room that is appropriate for Walden. And the other thing is some safety upgrades to the front lobby in Walden. We have made changes over the years and we're going to probably look at more changes for here in Granby. The way that the lobby is set up there is not, there is no protection really for the employees that sit there. And in some cases, they are there by themselves because the linemen are out working. So we have one individual and it is typically a female. So we want to make some changes there. Some of that will require, and this is something the board needs to weigh in on, is we have a community room up there. The community room is not really large enough for the events that people want to hold there. The board, if you recall last year, we did it and it's very cramped with the board members that we had in there and staff. So some of it, in order to do this, the security upgrades as well as the SCADA and server room, we're going to have to take space out of that. And so what we are suggesting is that we will actually close the community room. There won't be a community room there, and we will utilize that space for other things. We need some more space in Walden, and absent making the building larger, and that is an option, that we need to take the space out of the community room. That brings us to the financials that are included in there. Based on this budget, both operating and capital, we are not proposing a rate increase. We believe that we can, with the growth in revenue and even what I would say are large growth in expenditures, we can still do that with the existing rate structure. Based on the budget and not changing the rates, we have a budgeted margin of $1.8 million. It is in line with what we've had the last few years. It is less, but it's still in line. The ending cash balance, which is shown in the cash flow statement on it, is about $500,000. And you'll notice if you go and look at the end of the year in December, we always have more cash than that. It's typically we will budget and we'll do the cash flow and it's somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million. That doesn't mean that that's how much cash we end the year with. The thing that is not in that number, but is in the ending number on the financial statements are amounts related to member contributions, deferred revenue, and capacity charges, because we segregate those. And we have the cash, but we're not saying, oh, well, we'll just go spend that as part of our operating. That will be about $5.2 million. So when you add it all together, we are projecting we would end the year with about $6 million of cash. I believe it's going to be more than that, but again, we're being as conservative as possible. And then the financials do not include the tri-state, but what they do include are return of capital credits to members, which are consistent with the last couple of years. We have taken a slightly different approach, and we will talk about that in executive session, because we are a little farther behind on returning the tri-state portion. And so we are prioritizing that to move that forward. But we hope that with the amount that we have done, that we will be just under 20 years cycle, which sounds like a very long time, is a very long time, but believe it or not, we are ahead of a lot of other co-ops. Some are in the 30s and some have never given capital credits. So the last thing I will say on the capital credits is, if the budget as it is currently presented, if we have a better year than we expect, which I think we will have a larger margin, we will have more cash, and that will give the board the opportunity, since we are now returning capital credits in December, and we will know all of those things by then, that we could do some type of special return of capital credits later in the year based on the year that we have. So those are my general comments. And if you have specific questions, I will attempt to answer them. It's been a very long time on the budget. It was an interesting process, because I have been involved with doing it in the past in other places, but here I relied a lot on Stacy to do a lot of this stuff. And so I had to kind of figure out how to make it work. Yes.
Commend you for a great job done presenting the budget. I just wanted to ask, are we going to be adjusting our employees' compensation to reflect recent inflation increases?
That's what I was talking about, is that we believe that we are being extremely generous when compared to our fellow Colorado co-ops. And we'll talk about that in executive session, what their percentages are versus ours. But in looking at it, I tried to do the best we could. And it is, I think, a significant increase, especially when you compare it with the last few years. Is it what some might want? No. But it is what I think we can do, and have a budget that we don't require a rate increase.
I just want to say for the record that I would support doing what we need to do to make sure that our compensation keeps up with inflation. Okay.
Any other general questions? Carl, do you have any questions?
Not right at the minute.
Okay. Great.
Again, thank you for putting all this together. It requires a ton of work, and thank you for that. A couple of real minor things on attorney's fees. Have you bumped it up enough for the Lewis Roca contract?
The answer to that is, in the budget for 2022, we had the ability to acquire a FERC attorney to help us with the FERC proceedings. We never did that. And that was about, I think, 75,000, 80,000. And so you'll notice in the budget line item for legal, it is actually a reduction this year, and that's why. With the anticipated litigation with that one member, with Louis, that Louis Roca will represent us. As I mentioned, we have an indemnity agreement which covers us, and in executive session, when we talk about the specifics, we will talk about that money that's there, and we believe that that is sufficient to allow us to do what we need to do related with that matter.
The other little minor thing was the community room in Walden. If it's not being utilized now because it's too small and the community doesn't use it, I'd be fine with converting that to our other needs, but kind of defer to Carl in that Jackson County district.
Liz and I had talked this year about doing a meeting in Walden and a meeting in Kremlin. And we did a lot of work trying to find a room because we knew the one in Kremlin was not going to work. And we knew the one in Walden wasn't going to work because they're not big enough. And it's not a community room in Kremlin, but it's the space that we have in Kremlin. So we tried to find places, and frankly, the opportunities that we have to do meetings there are probably at the schools. And with Kremlin, they have a relatively large room where they hold their school board meetings, but there is a sweet spot there where we have to be our meeting after they end school and before they get ready to start school. And so we've got to fit it in there. And it's probably the same thing with Walden. We looked at a number of different options in Kremlin and a number of different options in Walden, and we weren't able to find anything that worked other than the schools. And because Mountain Parks, I think, does a great job of supporting the schools, I think they're more than willing to accommodate us, but we have to be able to do it when they're not using the facility.
The last really minor point is on the cover sheet. It says Frank Healy rather than Craig Healy, but it does. If it's a formal name, then Frank is fine. And middle name Craig, but again, I don't want to take up any time on that.
No, I actually initially put it down as Craig because I know that's what you go by. But then I was looking, and on our website, on your picture, it says Frank. And so I thought, okay, I'm going to put Frank.
It's a story of my life.
That's Craig.
Yeah. I got two names.
Better to be Frank.
But again, thank you for the help there. Yeah. Thank you, Mark.
Any other questions?
Justin, do you have questions on the budget that you want to ask in open session? Mark?
I like you're putting, some of the stuff was getting out of reality a little bit, bringing stuff back into reality. I appreciate it. You did that. I think that's important. Stuff gets out of whack over the years. Get it back on course.
And I will tell you, I've been part of developing budgets for a number of organizations, and a lot of organizations do that in their budget because they know that they're going to have more money than they had planned on. And so they figure, well, it'll cover that. That's not a great approach, in my opinion. Figure out what you think it's going to cost. And if you have more money, then you can do something else with that money. But budget what you actually believe it's going to cost.
Jeff, do you have any questions?
No, just appreciate your presentation. That was excellent.
So you're marking your crystal ball for 2024. This is wonderful. If we think we can do this without a rate increase for 23, what's your crystal ball for 24?
It's a little clouded, but it's clouded by a fog called Tri-State. And I think that they have indicated they're going to have a rate increase. And so we will have a rate increase in 24 because we won't be able not to, because when that is we're budgeting, that's 60% of our costs. And when that goes up, we can't absorb that. We don't have the margin to do it. So depending on what they do, I think we will have an increase in 24. As the board may remember, and if not, I'm going to remind you, we have said that we will exercise partial requirements in 25. And so in 25, we could see the ability to potentially reduce some of the increase from 24. We are still investigating the possibility of a full buyout based on whatever the numbers end up being. And if that were the case, based on our projections, there will be savings associated with that. So, but in 24, I will pretty much guarantee that there's going to have to be some kind of a rate increase based on the increase in power cost.
Not necessarily a rate increase, but not necessarily a monthly fee increase.
That is going to depend on the cost of service study that we do, because in what a number of co-ops, including a number in Colorado, have done is they have started collecting more in that fixed customer charge and put things that are truly variable in the energy. That may be something that is put forward in the cost of service study, but it will come down to what the philosophy of the board wants to be on how you recoup those costs. I mean, because in the end, you got to recoup the dollar, whether you put 50 cents of it here and 50 cents of it there, or 25 and 75, you still have to be able to recoup the dollar. But how you do that is going to be something I think that we're going to have to look at. The other thing is based on what Tri-State decides to do as part of the work that the rate committee and Liz are doing, is if they go to some type of formula rate, I think that is something that the board is going to have to look at. And I would suggest that if they do it, you have no choice but to do it. Because with what is referred to as regulatory lag, and that's, when you actually get the money, you won't be able to do that. The cash flow alone will kill the utility.
I think, to your point, Craig, that 25 and 24, certainly. The 24, 25, 26 period, from my perspective, there are going to be a lot of challenges for the board to think about. How we equitably design our rates, because the cost drivers might not match our existing tariff. The formulary rate thing, I mean, we've been able to pretty much hold our rates steady for 5 years. And some of it's because of Tri-State's rates haven't changed, but we would know if it's going to change, a year in advance or 9 months. That's not how it's going to work. And then thinking about if we change power providers, how far down the road we want to get with a tariff that aligns with one provider, knowing that with another provider, our cost drivers could be totally different. So I commend the staff and Mark for preparing this budget so that we don't have our members have multiple changes in their rates and their tariffs starting next year. We wait until we have a little bit more of a view into what 2024, 2025 are going to look like. I think that's important for our members. I also think it's important I feel that pinch on the employees. You read the articles, and one of the things that they talk about is wage-driven inflation. So it's kind of like, from a macroeconomic perspective, it's like, well, to get inflation under control, you don't want to just keep ratcheting everything up. On the other hand, it's incredibly painful, and we want our employees to stay there. So I hope the staff has done in this budget, I think this done a good enough job to lessen the pain on our employees and reward them for their work. And so thanks for getting everything in the right areas and cleaning things up.
And part of why if you look at the compensation number, I'm not going to lie to you, it's a big number. But part of what we have done with these restructurings is we've identified ways that we can do things with the same number of people or fewer people, and pay the ones that we have a little bit more with the savings that we get from not having a particular person. And I have shared with Liz what the savings that we are currently incurring because of the vacancies that we have for CFO and HR. And it's a significant amount of money. Well, in executive session, I'm going to tell you what that is. And so, you know, with those types of things, it allows us to be able to, you know, as Liz said, compensate people more for the jobs that they do. And I would love to say that we are just altruistic and we're just good people. It's a requirement. I mean, you don't have a choice. You either do that or the person's going to go somewhere else. And so we need to let our employees know that we truly do care about them and that we understand that times are hard and that we're doing everything we can to make this the place that they want to be.
Thank you. So no rate increase for 23 proposed in the budget and no monthly service charge?
No increase to the
Everything
members
stays the
at
same.
all. Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Any other questions?
Now, that's our recommendation. If you wanted to do something else, you are free to do that.
Do you guys feel comfortable approving the budget now? Do you want to talk about it in
I think that
executive session first?
I would suggest that we talk about some of the specifics in executive session, unless the board is comfortable with the general overview that I've given you, because we can dig a little bit deeper into some of the things, and I can talk specifically about, you know, compensation rates and stuff like that.
Carl,
Yes.
do you have any questions?
Well, I have a thought. I don't know, with the discussion and my discussion with Tri-State, I think in 24, we're going to see a rate increase, and how big it is, I don't know. But a lot of the Tri-State directors from the other co-ops want a immediate rate increase, which can't happen because of FERC, and the proposal won't go on until September of 23. But have you given a thought of a minor rate increase of say 1% or 1.5% now, instead of having maybe a 5 or 6 or 7% increase in 24?
I did look at that, and you're right. There is the rate moratorium that was part of the settlement that Tri-State had with some of the interveners in their initial filing, and that's why that there can't be an increase on Tri-State's part at this point, even if one is needed.
That's true.
And so, you know, we looked at that, and the question is, do we have certainty of what the number is going to be that Tri-State comes in with? And I think that Tri-State initially had said that they thought that, you know, it could be 4%, and then they said possibly 5%. And is the number going to be there? I think that it is a difficult story to tell to the members that, you know, we know that rates are going to go up in 2024, and to save you from a really big increase in 24, we're going to raise your rates in 23 and then increase the margin. And you could do that. And like I said, by doing that, then it smooths it out. And you could then take whatever you make and retire capital credits, more capital credits. When I was in Anchorage, we had a situation where the organization always claimed to have the lowest rates in the rail belt, and because we did. But part of the reason that we did, and we had not had a rate increase for 20 years. But that doesn't mean a rate increase wasn't needed during that 20 years. It was just that the management of the utility, prior to me being there, because I got to be the one who raised the rates, had always said, you know what, we're not going to raise rates. Well, we need to fix this. We need to replace this. We'll just wait. And so by the time we got to a point where we actually fixed and replaced those things, we introduced a 49% rate increase. And now, when you took into account all the things related to it, The plant that we built was going to be significantly more efficient, so it lowered our gas costs. What that meant was that our members on average were going to see a 17% rate increase. As you can tell, or as you can probably imagine, they weren't happy about that. Had we, over that 20-year period, a couple of times increased rates 3 or 4%, then we would have been able to build and do the things that we needed to do. So we wouldn't have probably had a huge rate increase. Didn't make that. I don't think that Mountain Parks is in that situation right now. I believe that we can make a small increase. And I had a discussion with Liz about this and said, we could propose a 2%, 3% rate increase. And, to where we smooth out, because I think the tri-state rate increase is probably higher than what they believe it is right now. But how do you sell that to somebody that I'm increasing my cost now, even though my costs haven't increased, to you, to save you from having to pay more in the future? I think that's a really hard sell. Now, I'm not saying that there are not Colorado co-ops that are thinking about that or going to do that. I'm not saying that it is necessarily a really bad idea. I'm just saying that having had to spend a year justifying the rate increase that we had and go through a 5-week hearing with the Public Utilities Commission, it's not a comfortable position to be in, even when you are in the right and you say, hey, if you want to still have electricity, this is what it costs. It's really hard to make that case when your costs didn't go up, but you're trying to do the right thing for your members so that they pay less in the future.
I think, Carl, for me, it's sort of generational shifting, even though it's short. You'd be raising the rates when your cost of power hasn't increased and those people using that power during that year would be paying, then maybe you defer that revenue or just make we'd have big margins. It doesn't really carry over and help the following year. And it's being paid for by the people who used the power when it was cheaper than prior to the tri-state rate. So philosophically, I understand people are things go up 1 or 2%. That's just life. If it goes up 8%, that's a big hit. But smoothing it out just philosophically for me is a hard lift. And we'll see. Then we also have to figure out if, depending on how that rate is designed, maybe Mountain Parks will avoid some of the hit, or maybe due to volatility will take even more of a hit. There's that uncertainty too.
Yeah, and as Liz said, you could take the money, increase 2%, and take all the money associated with that 2% and put it into deferred revenue. So that when you did the increase in 24, you could do a lower increase in 24 because you had deferred revenue to offset that. But then what that means is then you're going to do it in 24, and then you're going to have to increase it again in 25 to make up for it, because the deferred revenue won't last forever. Tri-State is experiencing that right now. They had a significant amount of deferred revenue, but as you use it, and if you haven't fixed the root cause, then at some point you're going to have to pay for it, because deferred revenue is a one-time use.
Maybe there's an opportunity when we, go ahead, Carl, sorry.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
That maybe there's an opportunity educationally when we announce no rate increase for 23, that we say we anticipate 24, not a number, because we don't know what the number is, but we just put the members kind of on notice a little that it's anticipated for 24.
Yeah,
changes.
And I would say that one of the things I would suggest to the board, that Mountain Parks start a member communication campaign in 23, and we start preparing people for the fact that, when we get to November, we know what the number is, and that what that means is in 24, the cost is going to go up. And we prepare them. At one of the managers' meetings that we had, there were 3 tales of utilities that had rate increases. One was cautionary and the other two were not. And the one that was cautionary was they, went through and they didn't really have much of a thing. And then they put all their stuff together and they said, oh, by the way, your rates are going up. And it was a firestorm. People were upset, understandably, because, yesterday everything was good. Today, you want me to pay 5% more. For the other two, they went through and they did town halls and other things, and they started explaining, okay, this is where our costs come from, and we expect that these costs are going up, and so there will be a rate increase. Not there may be a rate increase. There will be a rate increase. And we don't know the number, but, these are the kinds of things. And so both of those, they had very little, if any, complaints, because by the time they put the rate increase in place, everybody had gotten used to it. Now, during the town halls, were people happy about it? No. But as they were communicated to and they understood it, they got to the point where it was like, okay, we expected this and this is what it is.
Okay.
Well, Mark, this is Carl again. I appreciate you looking at this issue in your consideration of the budget. I'm not sure I agree with all your points, but certainly if we do some kind of campaign to alert the members, I don't know what the attendance is going to be, and it probably won't be sufficient enough to calm all the hullabaloo that is going to occur if we have a greater 5% or greater rate increase. But if you think that is a less issue for mountain parks than a 1.5% or 1% or 2% increase this year or next year for 23, then I'll accept that. But I'm happy to hear that you put that into consideration. So thank you.
Well, and I think in the executive session, we can have more conversations about this. And I'm not saying to the board, don't do this. I'm just saying that, there are a lot of things to consider and we can talk about those. Carl, I think you don't just have meetings, because I agree with you. You're going to have a meeting and people aren't going to come. So you go out to the Rotary Club, the Lions Club, the Chamber of Commerce, and you do presentations to those. You go to homeowners association meetings, you do print, you do online, digital communication with the members, to where that you try and touch everybody multiple times during the year and give them information about, the fact that rates haven't gone up, but costs have gone up. And this is what it means, is that we are anticipating. And if you decide not to do a rate increase for 23, you explain that and you say, we know that costs will go up in 24. We could have, done a preemptive smaller rate increase, but we chose not to. And these are the reasons why. And you explain all of those things. Or conversely, if you decide to do a smaller increase in 23, then you say, although our costs aren't going up, we believe that it would be a tremendous shock to our ratepayers if in 24 we increased by 8%. So what we're doing is we're trying to cushion that a little bit, and we're going to increase rates by 2%. And this is what we're going to do with that money. We're going to, put it into deferred revenue, which will help us to somewhat cushion the increase that we incur in 24. Or we're going to collect the money, but then give it back to members at the end of the year in the form of return of capital credits. You have a story that you're going to tell them on what you're going to do, not just we're going to raise your rates and collect more money. You're welcome. That there's a reason that we're doing this, and it's for your long-term benefit, but we are also going to use that money for your shorter-term benefit at the same time.
Mark, could I add one thing? I know that you meant it this way, but our power costs haven't gone up.
or other
The
costs?
cost of everything else has, correct?
Well, no, but what I'm talking about is our rates. Our rates have not gone up. Our power costs have not gone up. Other costs have gone up, but we have held the line
Yes.
through doing a number of things.
I
And
just wanted to make sure if somebody's watching online, they
Yeah.
didn't get the wrong message or other costs have.
no, as we talked about in the presentation of the budget, pretty much every category in the budget has gone up.
Yeah.
And even with that, we are not proposing at this point an increase. And some of that, you make up some of it in increased sales. The area is growing, we're getting more sales. You can make up some of that from increased sales. And even if the power goes up by 8%, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to raise rates by 8%. You could potentially do 6 and still be fine because of growth. If you are a system, and thankfully we are not, but if you are a system whose load growth is 0 or negative, then even when your cost goes up by 8%, you may need to raise your rates more than 8% to cover that. So a lot of things to think about and, and come up with a strategy as we move forward to do what is in the best interest of Mountain Parks and its members.
And Mark, this is Carl again. I'll make one more comment. We're throwing a hell of a lot in the lap of a new GM because you're not going to be here to do all this stuff. Listening to you today, I'm comfortable that you could put that message out there, but we're throwing all this into the lap of a new GM, whichever way we decide to go, which I think we need to take into consideration in some degree. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Carl, are you suggesting that we keep Mark on as GM, HR, and CFO as a cost-cutting approach?
Well, that certainly would work, I would think.
Okay, all right.
And Carl, I very much appreciate your vote of confidence. And what I will say is that I agree that it is a lot to dump in the lap of the next person. And when you add in all the other things that we were looking at, I will be here for almost the first half of the year. And as part of that, I would help to craft the message and get the message out there. I believe in the discussion that we have later about the candidates that are there, that we have people that have broad shoulders like I do and a really thick skin like I do, to where that you can go out and tell people something that they don't want to hear and explain to them why, they may not like it, but this is what it needs to be in order to make sure that when they flip the switch, the lights go on. So, I will be whatever resource that I can for the organization as it goes throughout the year, because frankly, next year is going to be really challenging.
I'm comfortable with the budget, but I'd like to defer till we talk about employee compensation in executive session, just to kind of get a feel for that. But thank you for such a thorough job.
All right. Do we need to take a quick break, or should we just go right into the reports?
Well, which I did not
11:15,
mention,
right?
but at 11:30, we have a representative from CoBank coming in that is going to do a presentation for the board on, not exactly sure what the presentation is, but about economic trends and interest rates and those types of things is what we had talked about. But I have not seen his presentation. And then he will be available during lunch, for board members to ask any additional questions. And he has invited the members of the board to go to dinner tonight after the board meeting, if you are so inclined. And we can discuss that more at lunch as to what time, because I don't know what time. And I do know that he made the reservation at Brickhouse 40. So I think we could go ahead and knock out some of the reports.
Okay, let's do the operations and engineering.
All right, so we're gonna be changing up this report just a little bit with the combining of the departments. So if I miss something or something is not in it that you guys wanna hear about, let me know. And it's kind of a evolving thing. We'll kind of play with the report and make it our own. So a couple highlights. You should have both the operations and engineering report in front of you. A couple highlights. Highway 105 project. They're making really good progress. They actually got a mile of conduit installed last week. So I'm pretty hopeful that the excavation is going to be wrapping up in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And the construction of getting all the wire rated and should follow that soon in the retirement of that overhead line. We should be getting the underground line that's laying on top of the ground retired. And it's looking like we're going to get that project completed this year. So that's really good news for Mountain Parks. Just to get that liability of how we're going to keep that line taken care of. So that's moving along really well. We're working with the state, like Mark said earlier, and FEMA. We're submitting the invoices as we get them, and hopefully we'll start seeing some payment back. It's costing a lot with everything we're putting into it right now. The other big thing we got going on is the fiber is finally wrapping up. Joe and I and Craig we've been meeting a lot with Connexon and just trying to make sure we don't miss some of these connections and some of these taps that they need to get to, some of these buildings that they need to get to and crossings. So we've been spending a lot of time lately just trying to make sure we're wrapping up that project. And there's a lot of little things that we're trying to make sure that don't get missed to wrap that up. But Connexon's last report that I got earlier this week, they're thinking 6 more weeks and they'll be completely done. I'm maybe not quite as optimistic as them, but I'm hoping in November, towards the end, we'll be wrapping that up. Just kind of briefly, we've talked about it a little bit already. Scott Simmons' last day was the 29th of September. We're moving forward with operations and engineering to just kind of bring it all together, improve communications, improve workflow, and just overall just hopefully find some really good efficiencies between the two departments and maybe relieve some of the workload on certain employees. And we're excited and we're hoping we can just really just bring some good efficiencies to both departments through that. We're looking to get the truck project out to bid, hopefully yet this fall before snow hits the ground. That way when snow melts in the spring, we're ready to start excavating on that project. We finally received a lot of the material for that project. We're setting it aside. So that's moving forward and hopefully that'll be ready to go come spring.
And just to comment there, because we've received the materials and we've been invoiced for them, we can now build them to FEMA against the allocation that they've given us so that we will be able to recoup the money maybe this year when we actually expend the money for the materials.
Yep. A couple of more personnel things going on. We have Matt Reed has put in his resignation. Will be done 27th of October. We've already posted that position internally, and hopefully we can get a staker hired because we are in the busy season right now. We have a job offer out for our open recruiting lineman position in Crimley. So just kind of waiting on finalizing some things up with him, but it looks like I have a guy hired in that position. And then I think that's pretty much it. I was gonna turn it over to Laura.
Or she's going to talk about Laura.
She
Okay,
is.
then never mind.
And that's part of structuring this a little bit different. A big part of operations is Leah's. So we'll talk about facilities and some of the things that she's in charge of.
We've been very busy in the operations and engineering department, and it's really great just to see how hard these employees are working. And they work so well together. I have a great relationship with the engineering team, and we're constantly working well together. And this is the busiest I've seen us in a long time. It's just coming and going faster than I can keep my head screwed on. So it's been really great to see how professional everyone is being in the face of all this pressure this time of year. It gets really exciting. So I just wanted to say that I'm really looking forward to that combination of our departments because I think it will just improve things. And the workflow, we have great ideas on how to improve efficiencies going forward. So that's going to be really great coming up. As far as the building maintenance, some of you may have noticed less stench in the building. We finally think we've solved that issue, and we do have Rocky Mountain Catastrophe coming back to repair the wall in that restroom, so that can get back to operating. We've got some nice asphalt now in the Walden facility. I'm looking forward to going up there in a couple weeks and checking that out. We've had a lot of plumbing repairs and different things going on in the building. They are going to start decommissioning our boiler system that has been not functional. So we have a plumber that's working on that to try and get the plumbing.
And that boiler system is not for this building, it's for one of the other buildings over there. So I don't want you to think that this building has a problem.
Yeah, that's one thing that is working here.
The wood pellet, is that the one?
Yeah.
Chuck.
Yes, that's correct.
What's gonna happen with that? I mean, are they just,
I think they're just going to use the current boiler that we have over there.
no, the unit that's
The
there
unit,
now?
we're going to probably sell it for scrap. Because we have tried to find somebody that was willing to use it, and since it doesn't work, nobody wants it for some reason. But it is metal, a lot of metal, so it is scrap.
There's a lot of valves and stuff over there, Jeff.
Yeah, there is.
We'll be trying to do the best we can to get what we can for it, but it's really the software and everything, we just cannot get anybody to accept it.
Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah.
We do have a new hire coming on to help in the operations coordinator position. Her name is Laura Constanius. She is actually from Minnesota, and she has been in the cooperative family for about 20 years. And she has NISC experience, dispatch experience. We're really hopeful that this learning curve will be short. She has family in the area that's lived here 6 years, her daughter and son-in-law, so she has connections to our community. And she's very excited to come work for us. Her husband has been going through some very serious health challenges, so we've had to wait a little while for that to come to pass. But it does look like she'll be starting early in November, so we're very excited about that. As far as the outages go this last month, I think the most interesting one was the very large boat tarp on the freeways going towards Grand Lake. I don't know if any of you saw it, but it was huge. And the line crew did an incredible job at getting that off of there in a very short, under 4-minute outage for those people. What was it there? A boat tarp. Flew off of a boat and into the power line, and it was something.
Yeah, are they designed for that kind of loading? Big old sail.
Did not start a fire, so.
That's good.
That was good.
Yeah, there is some good news with some outages.
Right. And yeah, just a reminder for our members, I think of that all the time now when it's windy. It's like, oh my God, how many tarps are going to be flying around in the power line?
Well, we actually had a garage in the line a couple summers ago. One of those temporary garages, almost in the same location on that, that area. So that was interesting. I've been, obviously talking to a lot of the employees and really thinking about the whole employee retention thing and reading up on what other companies do to kind of improve morale and keep employees going. And it's been interesting. Some of the things I've read about bring your pet to work day is a big perk. And all kinds of just interesting things. I had one employee suggest that we just offer electric cars to everyone so we can promote it. And that might be a perk I can think about for next year's budget. Of course, if our rates increase, I don't know how the membership would go for that, but.
They would need to carpool because we can't buy 65 cars.
Oh, and speaking of electric cars, like I said, we do have our new charging station for the Ford Lightning. It has to be uninstalled and reinstalled, but we have it. We just have no idea when we're getting the truck. That's still on backward.
Yeah, we have reached out, but we have yet to hear a date when it's gonna arrive.
But we're hopeful before the end of the year.
You're still.
Still hopeful, yes.
Is it a two-way charger that you have in there?
Only got the one.
It's just.
I was gonna say,
Anything else, Leah?
No, I think I covered all my updates. Does anyone have any questions?
I would just follow up, Leah did find out, looks like, based on, the school for linemen is around $20,000 to $27,000. That includes housing. So that would be their pools, classes, and housing is anywhere from $20,000 to $27,000. And, I would just point out too, and it's in the report there, we have a ton of work going on, and Leah touched upon that. Our guys are 3 to 4 weeks out on their workload, which is a lot considering we're in the middle of October right now. We're booked out into the middle of November, so that we start thinking about snow and stuff like that. So, but with that, anybody has any questions?
There's an operations remodel on the budget.
Yes.
It was in the 22 budget as well. And it is going to be something that, that's actually in the financial report, but we have started meeting with MUN Architects, that we have the $25,000 in the budget this year to kind of have them look at how we use the space and how we could better use the space. The departments have filled out questionnaires. They came and they walked the building. And so we're working through, how we can better utilize the space. And that's one of the reasons why the ops was in there. But rather than spend the money and then have them come in and tell us we didn't do the right thing, we've decided to hold off on spending the money. And so we put it in the budget again this year. And hopefully we'll be able to come up with a plan that works.
So kind of just, right now, there's borderline not enough offices, Justin, and with kind of the new structure going on. So part of that is trying to figure out more offices and office space, such as for Leah. She needs a private office where she can do her work. Right now, we really don't have one, so that's part of that.
It's Grand Central Station. But yeah, we've got kind of a plan going forward, but Laura's gonna need a place to sit, so.
There's also,
closets.
Yeah.
there's also some issues with, like our new SCADA and radio system. And the furniture for that type of, stuff is not cheap. It's almost like a dispatch center for like 911 would be what I would compare it to, where you have like 6 monitors up there. Be able to see several things at once, and those type of stations are expensive.
Well, we are gonna probably give my furniture to the SCADA station down in Mitch and Sean are using, so we're gonna recycle what we have in that office. They're looking forward to having a raising desk.
congratulations to Jose.
Yes.
It's great.
He's doing a great job. It's really cool.
Anything else for operations?
Oh, I
Engineer.
got one more
Oh.
thing, sorry. We're switching to a new apprenticeship called T&D Skills. It focuses on 3 different types of learning, which is visual, listening, and actually in the field. It's based on the long-time merchant program, but it's with a different company that's incorporating new ways the guys learn. So I'm really excited about that.
And Liz, I was remiss. We went from my report into Chris's presentation. We did not actually look at the safety report. Adam White, our safety coordinator, is on the Zoom. He is under the weather, but wanted to be here, so I probably kept him on longer than I needed to. But Adam, do you want to make any comments about the safety report?
Hey, no problem, Mark. Yeah, I think all you have the report there. We had a pretty good month in September. We had Jesse Peeler in from CREA to do some training for our linemen and some warehouse employees for rubber goods and some other arc flash potential stuff like that. We also had a representative from Tri-State to do our annual switchman training. So that was a good refresher for our guys and gals too. So that's really all I had. The projects we mentioned about 125 and some other things, they're moving along nicely in a safe fashion.
So are there any questions regarding the safety report? If not, I would ask that for a motion to accept it.
I thought we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah. So I talked last month about the.
We don't need to?
We don't.
Okay, so are there any questions?
We just need to review it, and we reviewed it.
Okay, it's been reviewed.
Okay, thank you, Adam.
No problem.
So that brings us to the finance report. And just a couple of things. At some point, we will catch up to where that we actually have the report in the, along with the other documents, but we are not there yet. So year to date, through August, our revenue is 6.6% higher than it was last year, and it is actually 9.7% above budget. So we're doing well on the revenue, as could be expected because we make revenue from selling kilowatt hours. Our expenses are up approximately 6.1% year over year, and that's about 5.7% above budget. Now, the differential between those is the revenue is up about 2.2 over budget and the expense is 1.3 over budget. So we are still making higher margins related to the sales. The year-to-date August margins, and this is a little bit interesting, when compared with last year, they're down by 6.5%. And I think some of this, or not last year, well, yes, last year, 2021, we did have some Tri-State money in the 21 budget, and that's part of the reason why the margins are a little down. But they are about $500,000 above budget, and that's 19.7% above what we budgeted. So margins are still good. We remain healthy. We have a healthy cash balance at this point. And as I had mentioned earlier, we have started to see that FEMA money. One of the reasons why our cash balance isn't probably larger is because we have, for the most part, financed all of the FEMA work internally. We didn't borrow any money to do that FEMA work or any of the fiber work. So as a result, we have utilized some of our cash that would otherwise be available. And as FEMA starts to, give us money back, that's going to help. And I expect that our cash balance will end the year higher than what is in the budget. And that, of course, then will make the ending cash balance in the budget higher. As I think we talked about Trail Creek and Highway 125, the funds that were originally obligated for both of those projects are significantly less than what it's going to cost to do that work. We're working through that process with the state and their consultants to put together the process to get FEMA to approve the adjustment. They believe it is a formality, but with anything related to the federal government, formalities sometimes take a really long time. We talked about what we're doing with the architects under employer of choice. We're trying to, create a workplace environment that people want to come to. As Adam said, we are starting to be challenged with the workspaces that we have.
One of the challenges next year, if there is some overlap between myself and the next GM, we have nowhere to put that person. So we are going to have to figure out some additional space, and we are working on that right now. And then under the member focused, as I mentioned, we are working on capital credits that we will issue to members in December. And it is not a process where we just identify what it is and how much is going to go to people, and then it just kind of takes care of itself. We actually run test processes where it creates the files. We then send out test, invalid checks to ourselves, and then have them come back to make sure that it is tested the way that it's supposed to, that we don't have any potential glitches, and that stuff does get mailed out and comes and gets to the right place. So that is the report, and the financials, of course, are in the packet. If there are any questions, be happy to attempt to answer those. Yes.
How's the search for a new finance director coming along?
We have, as I mentioned earlier, the individual that we have identified is going to be here on the 27th. And it is somebody that has lived in this area, not in Granby, but in Grand County, has worked for a couple of co-ops, and actually is currently a consultant, but is working for a number of co-ops, one of which is in Grand County. Well,
Colorado.
Colorado, yeah. It's not Grand County, because that would be.
Well, they may have, yeah.
So,
Careful.
and they have helped with implementing NISC and various modules of NISC. So we believe this individual is a really good fit, and they have a family in the area and desire to be here. Any other questions related to the financials, or?
This is just generic, but what's typical lag? You said the FEMA stuff we did out of our own pockets, but what's the lag spending to payment?
2+ years. And so, and I mean, I have seen it as high as 3 or 4 years, but, and typically what companies will do is they will borrow the money with the intent of repaying it when they see the FEMA money. We have attempted over the last couple of years not to borrow money if we don't need to, because we've done some things with restructuring the debt and buying out of our US that have put us in a position where we haven't had to yet. If the need was to arise, we have 2 lines of credit for $5 million apiece, one with CFC and one with CoBank, and we could utilize that as a bridge to get us through to actually getting the money from FEMA.
So we've saved a little money.
Yes.
It's 45 days on the pay-as-you-go program now.
That's what they say.
All right, any more questions for Mark? Or for the interim CFO? Okay, let's move on to information technology. Joe.
You have my written report. The only thing I would add or remind is for everyone to complete that little know before assessment. It really helps us with what topics we train on in the next quarter to 6 months or so. Right now, there's only been a couple that have taken it or trained on it. It is pretty tricky. It does ask you for which of the answers below is the most likely, and then one of the answers will be all of the above. Hint, that's not it. It has the most. But and there are some other questions sort of along those same lines. It does know before it doesn't even share the results with the person that took the assessment, which is a little unnerving, but that's how they do it. I can tell you if you want to know. But anyway,
you probably don't want to know.
That assessment if you haven't taken it, just because, like I said, it does help us tailor the training to where we are weakest.
Yeah, and just in case you guys were wondering, I thought I did okay mostly on the tests, the little classes and then the tests, and then I took that and I was like, I mean, as soon as I finished, I was like, well, I know I got that one wrong and I know I got that one wrong. And I had no idea what they were asking in these three. So, yeah.
The same way.
Yeah.
And every one of those questions didn't come from a previous training.
Yeah, so anyway, yeah, it's a good tool, and then I had to think, oh, Joe's seeing my score, and I don't even know. But I'm sure everyone feels that way.
The biggest thing is take your time, read it thoroughly, and like I said, look for that verbiage that's gonna catch you up, because sometimes it is something like most that can't be all.
But, for me, there is the verbiage stuff, but it does make you think about all those issues and think about what you need to learn and what you need to be careful about. So it's a good reminder.
Thanks. And if there's any questions for me, please.
Do you think that we should actually, as a board, sometime hear the Rapid 7 implementation actual report, or do we just need to know you're doing it?
Well, that's up to you. I would want to do it in executive session, just a short thing. I was truly amazed. I knew that Mountain Parks, we're a smaller network compared to some other, entities. I was truly amazed at how many logs they gather in a month. For the month of, I believe it was September, it might have been August, but it might have been September. We had over 300 million logs before. That number was kind of floored me. I knew it was over 1 million, but I didn't know it was 300 million.
And each one of those is?
So it's things that it collects from individual PCs and forwards up to them. It's from our firewall, it's from our servers, it's from antivirus, it's from all the different things on our network that it gathers intel from. And then there's a team at Rapid 7 that monitors that for malicious activity, concerning activity. Why is someone trying to log in from wherever? Because we have the ability to say, 99.9% of our logins will come from Colorado, Alaska, a few other places that people visit with some frequency. We don't know of anyone in Thailand or Hong Kong,
Iran,
anywhere else. And so if you see that, let us know, and they can actually even take action. But I was truly amazed by that number, by the number of data points that they processed.
Oh, thanks. Okay. Any other questions for Joe? HR.
Okay, the report is in the packet. Wanted to point out a couple of things. As I mentioned earlier in the budget discussion, we are going to renew with the NRECA plan based on the board's approval last month. We had the all-employee breakfast on October the 11th, and Liz was there and available to ask questions. Didn't really get any questions, but we appreciate her showing up. It says that it included fire extinguisher training. Adam was under the weather, so we didn't. We will reschedule that. And that was going to be some classroom training, and then we're going to take you outside and let you put out a fire. So definitely something that is, and I've done it before. It's a lot of fun, although when we did it, it was 20 below, and that's not as much fun. So you really don't want to put the fire up because you want to try and stay warm. The performance management, we have implemented Paylocity. We did all of the staff annual evaluations in Paylocity, as well as the 2023 compensation recommendations. Just from my own experience, it was a whole lot easier than the old system that we used, which was mostly manual. And I say that even though I see everything that goes through there. So every time somebody does something, it sends me a notification. But the evaluation process is much easier because before you had to try and it had 3 lines. And if you put too much on one line, then the fonts were all different on the 3 lines. And so you had to keep going back and trying to make it fit. This isn't like that, so it's so much easier. And then you see the recruitments that we are attempting to do. The two that are most challenging for us is, you can bring him in. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
System administrator and GIS technician. We have looked at making them more of a remote position. And with that, we received some additional resumes for the system administrator, but not necessarily more qualified individuals. And then I've talked about the manager of finance and HR that hopefully our HR person will be here on December the 1st. And unless, of course, that's a weekend, and then it will be some other day. And we have actually filled the staking position, the lead purchasing agent position, and the position within member services. So with that, open to answering any questions you might have.
Any questions on human resources? Welcome to the new employees. Okay. Do we want to
Let's do Rob, and then we can maybe take a little break so that he can set up.
Okay, thank you. As chance would have it, Chris, during his presentation, talked about the upcoming event, Sustainable Building on November 3rd over the park, so I won't touch on that. He talked about the heat pump versus propane graphic that we've seen a few of our members contact us about. I was going to talk about that, but I won't. So one thing I will highlight, though, in my report is we are coming up, as many of you know, on the 2-year anniversary of the fire. And in November, Mark references that. And also we have 5 employees, you probably know this too, that were affected by the fire, either lost their homes completely or had damage. And in the November CCL, they're sharing some of their experiences there that they went through. So I'm always excited about the magazine, but I'm really kind of excited about that. It has kind of a community feel about it. And it's nice to work for an organization that cares about the community like we do. So that's what I wanted to point out in my report. The quarterly survey is in there as well. We had, again, 300 people respond, and I love hearing from our members. And Mark and Chris both now are responding in our CCL to some of members' questions or issues that they raised in that survey. So we're really using that to communicate even more through our publications. So questions for me?
I just want to say that the survey was overwhelmingly positive. Yeah, a lot of their response, I mean, I was just blown away with how positive the response was.
Yes.
So thanks to everyone at Mountain Parks for making that happen.
Yes. Yes, we don't scrub those comments either. You see what's submitted. When there are positive comments or things that we can improve on, we do share them with all the departments so they can talk to their folks. And but I agree, it was a good survey.
The one little theme I noticed was that convenience fee added. I mean, if we took out the comments about lower your rates and lower your costs, it was 99% positive.
Yeah, there was.
But there was that little thing about the convenience fee.
Convenience fee, every survey that we do, it's been there since we made that change. We have tried explaining and doing education related to it. And we believe that it's the same people that put that comment in every time.
Okay.
And because we have shifted a number of our members from using credit cards to ACH because there is no fee with the ACH. And those folks seem to be really happy. But unfortunately, some still want to use the credit card, and because the fee is there, they want to complain about it. And I don't think we're ever going to do anything other than if we took the fee away, and that is a something that follows the cost causer cost payer. If somebody wants to pay with a credit card, that's okay, but they have to pay the fee, and they're not actually paying the whole fee.
Right.
But it does help offset. So
if we don't charge it, then it's coming out of somebody else's pocket.
Pays for it.
Yeah, which isn't fair either.
Yeah, initially it was, but it's gotten to be less now because we are offsetting that.
Carl, do you have something?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, I will introduce Michael Anthos with CoBank, and he is going to do a presentation. We're going to let him get set up. So let's take a 5-minute break while he gets set up, and then we will come back and hear from him.
Hey, how are y'all?
Hello. Hello.
Hey, good to see you again.
See ya.
Yeah.
I'm sure people on YouTube understand.
That's a lot of shit. I'm not used to sitting there and watch either. I mean, I don't think just the amount of figure the joys.
All right.
Yeah, nothing fancy. It's really like an economic update. How on top of your stuff.
Been running more Colorado.
For those of you who have been here a while, you may remember that our CoBank representative was Seth Hart. Seth was promoted, and Michael was brought in from a warmer climate to experience the joys of Denver. So I will let him introduce himself and tell us a little bit about his background.
Yeah. Thank y'all for allowing me to come and present at your meeting. Of course, as Mark alluded to, I'm not from Colorado or from the West. So grew up on my family's farm in West Virginia. So we had a 350-acre farm. Of course, I've learned a lot about farming out east compared to farming out west. So we had 200 head of cattle on 350 acres. And out here, I told a guy in Wyoming that. He's like, man, I got 200 head on 5,000 acres. So it's a little bit of a different world out here for me. But took over Colorado from Seth. So Seth was promoted to be our regional vice president of the West. So my background, I've been in banking for 12 years, worked for some really big banks, Wells Fargo and US Bank. And then I've been in the farm credit system for a little over 6 years now. Previously to coming to CoBank, I worked for Ag First Farm Credit Bank. I was in the capital markets group. I got exposed to electric distribution cooperatives as being part of that group because we were buying electric cooperative business from CoBank as well as other commercial banks. Spent a lot of time working with all the big names that you probably know in the grocery store: Tyson, Smithfield, Purdue, Heinz, Kellogg's, you name it. So got some great experience there, and then started working for CoBank 3 years ago. Worked in the leasing group for the bank, so developed a lot of expertise and experience there, and then came over to the electric distribution group. So maybe a fun fact about me. So obviously grew up in my family's farm. So my farming heritage goes back about 2,000 years. So I've been farming olives in the mountains of Crete for quite some time. And we have our own branded olive oil, Cret Anthos. It started 13 years ago when we went vertically integrated. So I always laugh at this. This is how they used to press olive oil. This is how they press olive oil now. A little bit different, right? Maybe a little more efficient. And this is actually my great-great-grandparents' original house. Of course, not much to look at anymore, but I always think that's kind of a neat picture too.
Where is it? Where is that picture?
In Crete.
Crete, okay.
Yeah, so there's the Samari Gorge, which is a popular kind of tourist area too. So our farm kind of runs right up to where you'd start getting into the gorge area. And the old house was like kind of up on the hill there and kind of secluded in this safe little place. And of course, years of wind and erosion have not been well for it, but I mean, nobody's lived there in probably 100 years, right?
What's the cut in the vegetation out behind it? What's that from?
So Crete, have you ever been to Crete?
No.
You have?
Yeah.
Very mountainous.
Yeah.
So kind of like Colorado in a way, right? Like get up in the mountains, it's almost high desert.
Yep.
It's almost like that to a certain degree. Very warm, dry climate. And olive trees grow exceptionally well in that climate. And actually, this is a picture of one of the groves and kind of like our family kind of background here. But you can see the mountains in the background. So you get too high up into the mountains, trees don't grow as well. Kind of that, 4,000 to 6,000 feet range is where the prime location is.
Second guy over looks like Humphrey Bogart.
It's crazy, right? So, and this is my cousin now who actually runs the business.
Irrigated or dry?
So, what's that?
They dry land or irrigated?
Dry land. Yeah. Olive trees. So this is one of the oldest olive trees that's in Greece right now. And it's in Crete. It's 750-ish years old. So they grow really old. You'll notice still green, still actually producing olives. This would not be a good tree for olive production right now. So really probably about 400 to 500 years is going to be kind of your max range, and then you're going to tear those groves out, start new ones. So I want to talk a little bit about CoBank, give you guys an economic update, and then maybe talk about like some of the other services that we got too. So through the second quarter of this year, and I feel like I've been a broken record for the last 5 years at the bank, we have had our best year ever. And we've said that every year for the last 5 years. It has been a remarkable run in all commodity markets since COVID hit. So a lot of this jump, so if you look from 20 to 21, a lot of that jump is attributed to what we've seen in the grain uptick in markets there. And then that's continued in the second quarter of 2022. So a lot of that growth that you're seeing there is really, so a lot of these big grain traders in the world, like the CHSs and the ADMs, those guys are hedging a lot of their commodity activity in the marketplace, and they're backed by lines of credit. Well, we've had to upsize their lines of credit tremendously over the past 2 years to support those huge farming operations. And so a lot of that growth is attributed there. 2021, best year ever, 1.3 billion in net income. Second quarter through 2022, we're on pace for a little over 1.4 billion. So we are having a remarkable year again. One thing you look at when you see a lot of growth, you worry about the quality of the portfolio, right? Well, best quality that we've had over the last 5 years as a bank in our credit quality for our portfolio. So we are focused at our core mission, which is supporting, rural infrastructure, supporting ag, and we're not going outside of that scope. And by doing that, because all commodities are up, credit quality is up tremendously as well, particularly in the ag segment. Patronage. So last year we returned a record 885 million total in patronage. 757 million of that was cash. And I've got another slide that I'll share that has a little bit more detail on what that looks like. We want to talk about kind of CoBank in Colorado too. So when we look at our overall portfolio, electric distribution, which is where electric co-ops fit, you guys are kind of third, right, in the grand scheme of CoBank. And then generation and transmissions right behind that too. Farm credit associations. So those are going to be like your local farm credits that all roll up to CoBank. So we provide what's called a funding source, or think of it like a credit card to the farm credit associations. Us as the bank provides them a line of credit for them to do their funding from. That's what this 65.6 billion is. Then we also do a lot of funding of farm supply, grain, and marketing. CHS, ADM, Heinz has gotten involved in that some. Kellogg's is a pretty big trader now. So folks like that we're doing a lot of funding. Then you look in Colorado, electric distribution's kind of third here for industry-wise, which isn't always the case, but we do a lot of financing here. I like to point this out though, because when you look at our entire portfolio of what we do, and the farm credit associations really hit on every facet of farming that's out there, we're very diversified. That's a great thing for you guys being a member of CoBank, because if one segment of our business is down, the other segment's always lifted up. So there's always that one segment that normally is going through a rough time. Knock on wood, the last 2 years, every segment in our portfolio has performed exceptionally well.
In your G and T area there, are you seeing any uptick in nuclear? Do you dabble in that at all?
We've got some things that are happening in Montana right now. So I cover Montana and Wyoming as well. So there's talks of potential for a nuke plant that will come to fruition. There's also some talks on some micro nuke plants that may happen. We are definitely in the arena to fund those projects as they come up through our G&T side of the business. So we have another group that kind of handles that, but they are involved in kind of, trying to figure out, is there opportunity for us to provide financing, what that might look like going forward, all of that.
I was just reading an article about that in that Westinghouse Nuclear Services.
Yep.
51% of their got bought out by a couple buyers because they're projecting that, the need for nuclear is going to
uptick.
Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think that that's going to be your next really strong base load of generation outside of, obviously coal's kind of dying off and going away, with the exception of a couple states that are out there still. So as that goes away, right, what is going to be that base load generation that we absolutely need? And nuke is probably going to be what fits that mold. And it's a good source of clean energy, given that, it's run the right way, right? So, but yeah, we are seeing that. When we look at Colorado, so obviously you look at CoBank as a whole, but I like to point out in Colorado, like we did 8.3 million in charitable contributions in this state alone, and that was out of 16.7 million overall for the bank nationwide. So we are based out of here. We are 100% committed to the state of Colorado, which I think is great for you guys being here as well. We do a lot of, donations to different organizations. I don't know if you guys took advantage of Sharing Success.
We did. The last several years, you have provided us with a $10,000 match on giving that we do.
Yep. So, and thank you for taking advantage of that. I think it's a wonderful program. I'm involved with a lot of charitable organizations and it's got a special place in my heart. So glad to hear that you guys took advantage of that. One other thing to touch on. So Colorado as a whole for farm credit financing. So these are where kind of all the offices are spread out throughout the state. Over 1,000 employees for farm credit are here in Colorado. 4,800 customer owners, 6.2 billion in loan volume, and over 53 million in patronage returned last year to customers just in Colorado. So pretty awesome story there. So a lot of people ask, like, well, gee, like, what is the breakdown of CoBank's portfolio, right? So I thought I'd share this. So we've got kind of three segments of our business. We've got agribusiness, we got farm credit banking, and we got rural infrastructure. So agribusiness is going to encompass kind of your regional cooperative business, your large ag portfolio companies. Farm credit leasing is part of that division as well. The farm credit banking group is our 19 associations that actually are part of the ownership of CoBank, along with the electric distribution cooperatives. And then our rural infrastructure. So electric distribution and generation and transmission. We do a lot of water financing now and communications financing, particularly around the broadband space. So this is a composition of kind of our portfolio. So you got loan portfolio here. Farm credit banking is going to be the biggest slice of that. Agribusiness is second, and then rural infrastructure is third. But what I like to point out is when you actually look at the net income, rural infrastructure generates a tremendous amount more net income for us than farm credit banking does. So even though those guys are a huge part of our portfolio, these associations retain their earnings themselves. We're just simply here to provide their funding source for them.
Question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
For some of that communications, does that typically fall under like an electric cooperative, or are those separate entities?
Separate entity. So I like to say we've been financing communication before financing communication was cool to do, right? So CoBank's been financing broadband since the 1970s. And really the start of the rural infrastructure build out of broadband throughout the United States. So we've been heavily involved in that business. That has helped us tremendously to help electric cooperatives who are starting to get into that space as well. Our ag segment, so I always like to point out like some of the names: Land O'Lakes, Rayonier, Ocean Spray, Blue Diamond, CHS, Sunmade, Actegra. Those are just a few of the names that we provide financing to. And then this is kind of a breakout of that portfolio, right? So really the biggest part is going to be the farm supply, grain, and marketing cooperatives. But then we do a lot of other financing in different segments, whether it's protein, whether it's fruit and vegetables, dairy, I mean, you name it. So that segment is obviously a big piece of our business. Then the farm credit banking segment, kind of their breakout. So again, really touching on every facet of, farming is what they're doing there. And then rural infrastructure. And so this really hits on kind of, okay, what is the distribution there? So electric cooperatives are going to be the biggest part of our rural infrastructure group. And then there's some of the names, Tri-State, Core, Smeco, Chantel. I spent time working with all the bigger electric co-ops in the Southeast. So your Slacos of the world, your Seiko, Cobb EMC, guys like that. So we do a lot of financing around the country in this space, which is great because we're able to provide a little bit of value, I think, on what other cooperatives are doing that maybe can help you guys as you move along. And then this is the other slide I was talking about that I wanted to point out, patronage. So when we look at 2021, you notice that number was 885 million for the previous slide. Well, cash patronage was 632 million. We did a special patronage as well, and we've done that each of the last 4 years. And that special patronage last year was 125 million. And then stock retirement, 157 million of that. I point that out for one very important reason. So earlier this year, we asked you as our member owners to approve that we could reduce our capital levels. So when we think about what happened back in 2016, when Donald Trump became president, he started to roll back a lot of the Dodd-Frank requirements that were out there. The rest of the banking industry rolled back what their capital retained numbers were. CoBank did not. We kept ours really high. Well, we were sitting on a boatload of capital, and we needed to really align ourselves with our commercial banking peers. And we came to you and said, hey, would you guys vote for us to be able to reduce our capital levels? Well, there's only two ways a bank can reduce their capital level. One is we could go and lend out a whole bunch more money, right? Well, if we did that, we'd probably start getting outside of the wheelhouse of what we're really good at, and that's not the route we're going. The other is that we could return more patronage to you as our member owners. We can either do it through enhancing our normal patronage program, or what I would venture to say is going to happen, we're going to increase our special patronage over at least the next 5 years, if not longer, to bring that capital level down. So being a member owner at CoBank and having patronage-based loans will behoove you because we're going to be able to return more to our member owners at least over the next 5 years, if not longer. Talk a little bit about funding. So we don't take deposits at CoBank. Instead, we go out into the bond market, we issue bonds out in the market, and we have a AAA rating. So we are getting the best bond pricing that we can get. We then make loans to our customers, and the bank's net income is simply based on what the spread is between the bond, the loan, right? That's how we make our money. So when you think about the spread to the US Treasury, and where, the 3-year, the 5-year, and the 10-year spread are, you've really seen like kind of those stay in line with the 10-year normally being higher up till recently. And actually, if you looked and we went past June of this, and they don't have the 2-year spread on here, which always drives me crazy, but I have another slide that has that. The 2-year spread is actually above the 10-year, which is a cause for concern, especially as we move into our discussion about the economy. CoBank also has a big investment portfolio. This is our liquidity as a bank. We've got $34 billion sitting in an investment account that we could have immediate access to should we need it. So when you think about banks and going into insolvency and having issues down the road, we're sitting on $34 billion. I think that we'll be okay for quite some time. So that's something I always like to pull out. I thought this was a great kind of way to segue into the economy. Things are changing a lot out there, right? Like school bus Wi-Fi. Did anybody have Wi-Fi in their school bus when they were a kid? Probably not, right? So I feel like I'm getting old now, and I'm not that old, right? Jeez Louise. So as we talk about the economy, I want to talk a little bit about the impending recession that we all should have an idea that's coming. The labor market and consumer balance sheets, inflation, monetary policy, and then a little bit of views around the market for you. So this is a good kind of segue into things here. So GDP, right? Good indicator of the performance of the economy. COVID hits. So we're like trucking along. We're doing okay, right? Like under 2% really for adjusted GDP growth. Then COVID hits and gosh, we fell off a cliff here, right? It was like everything came to a screeching halt. Fall off the cliff, well, boom, bounce back, right? Strong GDP growth through that first year after COVID. Well, this next slide really helps tell the story. We're sitting on 2 quarters now of negative GDP. So economy is trending downwards, right? Things are starting to really slow down. Doesn't feel that way though with inflation, right? And looking at all the building that's going on there, but it really is. From a labor market.
That'd be supply chain issues as well, or no?
Yeah, that ties into that a lot. And this labor issue too. So if you look at the gap between the people that are unemployed versus the job openings, I mean, look at historically, right? Like how that's played out. I mean, normally, you've got more unemployed than you've ever had job openings. So yeah, that's huge, right? That's what's driving a lot of these issues. Companies got to pay more money to bring in talent, just like you guys, right? Probably got to pay more money to either retain or bring in more employees. And so that's a big thing that we're seeing right now that's really driving some of this inflation that you see out there. The other thing is when you start looking at the labor force participation that's going on out there. So here's your participation rate, right? It's this dark graph down here. Well, you got 1.4 million people right here, which is this blue, right? These are age 16 to 24-year-old workers. 1.4 million of them said, you know what? We don't really want to work right now, mom or dad. It's okay. We just sit at home and have a job. Or maybe we do a side hustle that's not reported. That's what that is, right? 25 to 54-year-olds, right there, 900,000. Wow, big number, right? And then early retirements, right? People have said, man, market's doing good. I'm making money. I'm done. I'm retired early. I'm 55. I'm out. I may change their mind here in a year. I don't know. But you're seeing, really some folks that are saying, I'm not going back into the market, which is what's creating that gap right there.
What's a demographic exit?
Great question. Demographic exits. So they've started doing a lot of studies around, okay, when you think about the core workers of the American economy, right? The people that are doing the backbreaking labor that we don't want to do. So particularly going back to the farm segment, right? Well, when Trump got elected, he chose to discontinue the H-2A program. bringing in a lot of immigrant workers. There's also the H-2B program, bringing in more skilled workers, right? Like your IT professionals or folks that were doing jobs that were more technical in nature, right? Both of those got discontinued. I would have bet my paycheck that when Biden got elected, that he would have turned those back on. He did not. So what you've seen is over the last year when they started actually, or really last 2 years, when they started tracking this data, this is the amount of jobs that would normally have been filled by that segment that have not. And that's also driving that too. So it seems like kind of an easier solution would be, gee, if we kind of just turn that back on, we'd really help ourselves and help cure this inflation to a certain degree, right? Of bringing those workers back, that cheaper labor back to the US market. They haven't went down that path yet.
You go back just.
Oh, yeah.
Just trying to correlate the date of the split with the changes on your graph to the right.
Yeah, is that?
And there's kind of a lag there because that's more January 21.
Yeah, January of 20. Or,
okay.
Yeah, so
I'm just trying to.
This is like pre-pandemic, right? Then pandemic hits. Then we kind of have that swing back upwards where things have started to move back to normalization in a way, right? But then you have all these folks that, all right, well, we quit working for a multitude of reasons, right? And a lot of these people that are that 16 to 24 probably were like restaurant industry type folks, right? Or jobs like that, or working at the golf course or whatever the job may be. So then they said, well, gee, I got to go find something else to do. I don't know how long this is going to last. And now they're saying, oh, I'm not really that interested in coming back. Some have, but there's still a big disparity there.
So to that point, what are the, between unemployed and job openings, what type of jobs are those?
So a lot of the openings that are unemployed are going to be your jobs like, I mean, think about if you drive around, right? Like you drove through town and you went by Wendy's or Starbucks or anywhere like that, right? Chances are they got a sign up saying they're hiring for places. I think one of the signs that really caught my attention was I drove by a McDonald's a few months ago. They had $1,000 sign up bonus at McDonald's. When have you ever seen that? Man, that's crazy. And so, you know, it's those type jobs, right? So how do you replace those workers? Well, if you look at the ag industry, right, with that H-2A labor going away, and you look at the mechanism that's being developed there. So one of my old customers is a big strawberry grower. They're the third biggest strawberry grower in the U.S., and they're called Wish Farms. They're headquartered out of Florida, but they have strawberry farms in Florida, California, and Arizona. Wish developed a robotic strawberry picker. It is impressive. I mean, really impressive. Problem is $700,000 a unit to build. It's a lot of money, right? How much labor do you have to replace for that to really make sense? Well, they found a way for it to make sense now. So now it's full commercial production for 2 years. Exceptional results that they're having. That's starting to be rolled out into the rest of the ag segment too. We're going to find a way to replace these jobs. What do you think these big companies are probably going to be doing or already are doing? McDonald's, Wendy's, you name it, right? They're going to mechanize things in the back house of their operation to replace these workers.
Well, there's one of the McDonald's that's down by the airport.
And
they don't have a counter where you can place an order. They have a bunch of screens. And so you go in and you have to
do your order, or you go through the drive-through. There is nobody at a counter
That's what
there that wants to ask you if you want fries with it. And then they have the people in the kitchen that you can't see, and then they'll call your order and somebody takes and they place it on the counter and you got to come pick it up.
So how, of that, again, last question on that spread.
Sure.
Is, of that spread, how many is like professional openings like we have at Mountain Parks, or school teachers, or in the healthcare business, more of the professional, skilled, trained
The numbers that I've seen, if you look at like this spread right here, right, the numbers that I've seen is about 25%. Is that really skilled professional labor? Which is a little alarming too,
Pretty
right?
significant.
Yep, and a lot of that is too, and we've had this issue at Cobank. So, so everybody gets their bonuses in March. That's when you find out who's leaving, right? So everybody gets their bonus in March. And then all of a sudden, oh, well, this person left and this person left, and they're going to other banks, but they're getting offered a huge amount of money to go somewhere else. And so, you know, I mean, they're like, gee, like I'm gonna make $50,000 or $60,000 more a year. I have a lot of friends that work in IT too, and it's the same thing. I mean, they're just getting picked off by other IT companies. So you're definitely seeing a lot of it.
In the labor force participation rate slide, in January 19, those lines that we see on the right were so small we don't see them, or they weren't really tracking that, or what's?
They weren't really tracking that and really getting that like breakout of data that you see here. Yeah, so really this would be like just the general market.
Right, so we would see some lines there. I
Yeah.
don't know exactly how they would relate to where we are now.
So
I mean, my feeling is they would be much smaller based on what I'm seeing out in the real world. They'd be narrower.
correct. And so Bloomberg is really where the source of this data has come from. Bloomberg didn't start tracking this until then, and they wanted to see
Where it was.
where, you know, what segments of these jobs are coming from. Or, you know, where these openings are that people are now returning to the labor force. Household net worth. Look at the growth. Crazy, right? Like, so pandemic, you know, hits, let's see, right in here. All of a sudden, wow, 149 trillion. That's pretty big growth. Pretty good, right? So you think Americans are sitting in a good spot. Of course, with inflation, that's hurting that, right, number that's there. But overall, we're pretty good.
Right?
Well, yes, absolutely. So, you know, it's a double-edged sword. So your net worth more, but then everything else costs you more, right? So what is it really worth? And then one thing I like to point out here is when you look at corporate equity, so took a big hit here at the start of the pandemic. Nobody knew where that was going to lead us. Jump back up, done exceptionally well. Last quarter, look at the drop off in corporate equity, starting to fall. A lot of that is to stock market. So keep that in mind. Stock values have come down. So there's a big drop in your corporate equity. Wages and inflation. So we got to go back to 2014 of where these two actually kind of passed, right? So normally your core PCE versus your Fed wage tracker, right? Normally that PCE is always going to be below the Fed wage till we get to January of 21. And I mean, geez, what a shift, right? And look at the growth in the line curve here. So inflation is really driving the wage growth that we've seen. I haven't seen it. Maybe y'all have like been in a meeting. I was in the car driving. But my understanding is that they were supposed to announce the Social Security increase. Do you know what the percent was? No? 8%? Whoa. Wow. I mean, typical year's 3, right? So that's a pretty big hike. I don't know. So, yeah, when I call my mother later, I'm sure I'll hear cheering in the background.
But just huge inflation.
I mean, it could be, right? So, you know, there's a lot of growth that you're seeing there in wages driven by this inflation number. When we think of inflation too, so year over year core PCE inflation. So this is really what your cyclical inflation would be. This is the kind of growth chart over what we've seen at the rise up here. And it's a little bit alarming, right? Then you come over here and you look, contribution to your monthly core PCE, right? So again, here's what your cyclical would normally be. Well, Look at the graphs at the top, right? Big increases here. Then we get here. So, and this is month 7. So this would be July for this last one. And you have seen a downturn where inflation has started to creep back down, but not enough to really matter quite yet. And that's what the Fed is going to be keying on as we move forward, of really getting this under control. When you think of CPI, and your core CPI numbers that are there, so like your services, food and energy, your goods, and then energy costs, right, which is going to be the green line. So energy costs really exploded. A lot of that was due to natural gas and fuel prices. You've noticed though over the last 2 quarters, those have started to tick back down, or over the last 2 months, so July and then into or June and July, we've seen a drop down there, which is good. That's helping with inflations. And then home prices versus rent. So values of homes versus what rent is. So you notice the line for rent is starting to tick up. That's another area for concern of the Fed right now, is that rent is going to drastically start to increase over the next year. Well, a lot of folks that are renters, right, they're probably in a position where they can't buy a house and they're renting for a reason. Not everybody, but a good percentage of them. Well, rent starts going up next year when they renew their lease. What is that going to do, right? And if inflation stays high, that's going to be really tough times. And that may be one of the leading drivers for what we see in a recession going into the first quarter, end of first quarter, beginning of second quarter of next year.
Well, yeah, as far as the energy prices are starting to come down, but have you guys, what's your thought on the fact that the OPEC and Russia news lack production on oil?
Globally, not good. Domestically, here in the US, I think we're in a good position to be okay. So I don't think it'll impact us as much as it will in Europe. Like you talked to my family in Greece, they are preparing for the worst. They expect double to triple energy prices.
There'll be some fallout as far as the connections, the global.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit about how globally that's going to hurt us here.
Yeah, because we just became the largest oil producer in the world, the US. We passed Saudi Arabia and others.
Yep. And so my last 3 visits to Montana, if you see the amount of oil production that's starting to come back online up there, it's pretty resounding. They're picking back up now. So whereas they weren't for the past year and a half. So with that being said, I think that we will start to see even more production from companies that are trying to capitalize on the world, right? Supply shocks. I mean, obviously, you guys are well aware of the supply chain issues we have. I just had a call with somebody this morning from an electric co-op in Wyoming. He said 2 to 3 years to get a large bucket truck. I was like, wow, that's a long time. How do you plan for that, right? So we're still going to experience supply chain issues. That is a given, and it's going to continue for the next couple of years. So we definitely want to make sure that we're planning accordingly for that, because that's not going to go away. And you look at demand versus supply and really the curve of things. So you got kind of a pre-COVID trend. Then COVID hit, right? You saw the drop down in GDP and it's come back up, and now it's starting to fall. So we're expecting, things to start to come down and normalize to a certain degree when you think of demand, but we're still not down to a kind of level expectation there for demand. And that will continue, to be elevated, what we see here. So I love this slide. March 2020, printer is coming, right? We're going to print more money. We're going to solve this problem by printing more money. August 2022, some pain to household and businesses. Winter is coming, right? Fed is always too late to the party. And I like to compare him to that uncle that, I don't know, maybe you guys don't have this uncle, but I do. He comes to Thanksgiving and he always comes late and he eats all the food and drinks all your booze. And then he stays like a week too long and then he eventually goes home. That's kind of the Fed in a way, right? So they're late to the party, which they were in this case. They should have raised rates 6 months sooner than what they did. But they were so scared that they were going to push us into a recession sooner and weren't sure how things would play out with COVID. And they waited too long to press the button on rate increases. And now we're feeling some of the pain with inflation. So they're kind of their own problem. When we look at the evolution of their rate hikes, right? So you look at the Fed fund rate back in June of 21, and you start to see, rate hikes, right? Rate hike, all the way up. Well, when you look at the long run neutral rate, and you go back, this should have been coming up before even now to really be along that mean. And they've shot themselves in the foot. September, of course, we did end up with another rate hike. So this slide was before that rate hike happened, but we predicted that they would definitely do another hike. The next meeting coming up in November, we're going to see another rate hike. In December, we expect another rate hike past that. Financial conditions are starting to finally tighten, right? So the Fed is using all of its tools to tighten those conditions around lending. That doesn't affect your segment of business. It really starts to affect the consumer segment, right? Especially like the mortgages, credit cards, lines of credit, things like that. So that consumer segment is going to start to get impacted there, where there's going to be less money available to borrow. I like to show this financial conditions and tightening, right? So they've been kind of tightening all along here since back really starting in December of 2021. Well, then after the July meeting of the Fed, obviously we saw a downtick. Then Chairman Powell gave his Jackson Hole speech, and it was like, whoa, okay, we're really going to see a tightening there. So I think we're going to continue to see that. Deficits are expected to grow faster than GDP now, and that's expected for quite some time. So, and here's your World War II historical high. Well, guess what? Right by 2025, we're going to pass that. 10-year Treasury yields. So if you would have asked our experts at CoBank about 6 months ago, they would have said the ceiling for the 10-year Treasury yield would be in 3.5%. We hit 3.5% back really in like late May, early June. Started to trend back to it, and that was kind of the cap. Everybody thought 3.5 was going to be the cap. Well, getting back to the global talk, the UK started to do some crazy things. And that has shot the rate market to a frenzy. Today, this morning, it was over 4%. It was starting to tick back down last time I looked at it, but the 10-year Treasury has definitely shot up tremendously. So back, when you look at where we thought maybe rates would go and where they were trending, right? So this goes back to like 930 and where they were. Then we go up to 331, 2022, where they were. Now here we are, right? And that widening there of where rates would go. Well, I tell you, we're already here. We're probably going to shoot and see if we can bust through 4.5 now in the 10-year Treasury. So again, continuing to see those rates go up. One thing that I like to point out too is global yields versus the 10-year Treasury. So when you look at this graph across here, global yields are normally lower than 10-year Treasury. And there's normally been a pretty decent kind of gap in between there. Well, that's tightened after the pandemic to now global yields are actually up too. What does this mean? Well, probably what this is going to signify is that when we do enter a recession, it's not going to be just a US recession or a one or two country. This is going to push us into a global recession. And that's what you're seeing through the data that's coming through. Treasury real-time yields, right, where things have gone. And this is the long-term average over 10 years. So you're seeing those really start to spike back up after the pandemic. And you look at where we were before, we're still in a decent rate market. We really are. When you look at historically the United States average, right? So a lot of people, I think we were spoiled for the last 10 years of very low interest rates. That's changing, right? We're getting back to the mean, back to the normal, per se. So I wouldn't be overly concerned. Here's where the problem is, in my opinion, and what I see. So back, this would have been January of 2020-ish. So rates started to kind of trend back down. Then we had the American Rescue Plan, right? We're going to throw money. We're going to fix this. We're going to throw money at it. Well, drove rates back up a little bit, right? Plus Fed rate hikes, trying to curb inflation. Then, all right, Fed was feeling pretty good. Market was feeling good. Rates started to tick back down. Uh-oh, let's throw more money at it, right? Infrastructure bill came out. Threw more money at it. Fed still raising rates. Markets reacting, saying, man, these rates have got to go a long ways up for us to fix this problem. Then markets started to feel good again about rates. Inflation Reduction Act. So throw money at, the underlying issue. While there are a lot of things that is going to fix and make good, particularly around infrastructure that needs a lot of work in this country. For the rate market's reactionary, right? These bills come out and the Fed talks and Chairman Powell comes out and makes a statement about raising rates. Holy cow, everybody's going to react, right? And that's what you see. You see that trend in the market. 2-year versus 10-year. Historically, and I just did 1 year, I could take this back 10 years, and there's going to be a good sized spread normally of where the 10-year treasury rate is going to be quite a ways over the 2-year rate, right? Well, we get to July 2022. Now, if you went and borrowed 2-year money versus 10-year money, it's going to cost you more for 2-year versus 10-year. I cannot tell you a more underlying economic concern for a recession that's coming than when this happens. And so I think that's part of what's leading to a lot of economists out there saying end of first quarter, beginning of second quarter of next year, when we start to enter that global recession. And this is a really good indicator of that. So some things to think about. Expect a volatile environment to persist heading into year end. The risk in a recession in the first half have increased sharply. There is some risks and some signs that are out there that are saying that this could be a severe recession. I think that's yet to be seen. I would call this the Mike X factor, student loan repayment. All these folks out there have had to make student loan payments going on 3 years in January when those will get turned back on, as long as they actually turn them back on. What do people do when you take away something like that, right? They go spend it on something else. They start to live a better lifestyle. Well, they're living a better lifestyle, and then you turn on their student loan payments as we're entering a recession. What is that going to look like? I think that's the X factor that could really push that recession here in the States, is when these loans get turned back on, how many defaults are we going to see? And PricewaterhouseCoopers did a study back in January of this year and said 87% of students that weren't required to make their student loan payments chose not to continue to make payments at all interest-free. Instead, they chose to spend that money somewhere else. So keep that in mind too. So one thing to hit on as we go into kind of CoBank's products and services, and I promise I'm almost done. Value lender diversification. So I always like to point this out. A few basis points, in this instance, 15 basis points, makes a huge difference in the dollar amount of a loan for the life of it, right? So you guys have done a really good job of bidding out between us and CFC and going with the better deal, right? And I commend you. I strongly encourage you to continue to do that. There's some folks out there that are 100% CFC borrowers, and that's great if that suits them, but I can tell you, you're getting the best deal because you're holding both of our feet to the fire. And we are always happy to bid out and try to win your business. So we appreciate that opportunity. Some other reasons why lender diversity is good, right? Well, that old saying, right? Don't put all your eggs in one basket. So that's kind of a lesson from Wall Street. I always like this picture. So the other thing is, as a member of the board, I mean, if I were you guys, I'd go home holding my head pretty high saying, look, we saved our members a boatload of money by bidding this out. Farm credit leasing, I wanted to touch on this. NRECA discount that you guys utilize right now, like if you went out and bought a service vehicle or things like that, that's going away in 2023. Instead, each manufacturer is going to make you go out and they're going to make you get your own discount code. Based on the size of your co-op will depend upon, and how many units you're buying from Ford, GM, Dodge, whoever, will depend upon how good your discount is. Smaller co-op, guess what? You're not going to get a very good discount. Very large co-op, like 100,000 meter plus, you might end up with a decent discount if you got a pretty big fleet. I point this out because I think farm credit leasing will become even more prevalent because we're able to help stack on to whatever that discount is. So this is an example of a Chevy Silverado and acquiring that asset. So MSRP, less NRECA discount, which will go away and your own discount will take its place. Then we're able to stack our discount on top of that. Great way for you guys to save money moving forward. Now, the only requirement is that you do have to lease the asset through farm credit leasing, but we're able to even provide a breakout and say, hey, if you bought it for cash and you just use your discount versus you stack our discount on top of that and you finance it, here's still your dollar savings. And there will still be a dollar savings there. We also do like a lot of stuff around charging stations. You guys had done a solar lease with us in the past, which is a great way to go. Now with direct pay that has been passed, once they write that into law, you'll be able to take advantage of that immediately right off the cup without having to do some kind of sophisticated lease structure to get the investment tax credit. So I think that'll be great for y'all moving forward. These are all the things that we lease, which is pretty much any hard asset that's out there. I mean, we even do like buildings, we do computers, fixtures, you name it. I like to make it easy. So there's the 3 F's of leasing that we can't lease. If it flies, it floats, or it farts, we can't do it. Okay? Anything else, we could do a lease up there. Really easy, right? We also do, so a lot of folks that are getting into the space like y'all with the broadband, we do facility leases. Facility leases are a great way to offset tax. And what I mean by that is, let's say you do a $5 million building. Normally you'd have depreciation and interest that you could write off, right? So over 10 years, you could write off $2.5 million roughly. Over 10 years on a lease, you could write off over $5 billion. Additional write-off under the lease, $2.5 million. You look at a tax rate of 21%, 528,000-ish savings in just taxes. You look at if taxes go up to 30%, even more. One of the advantages of doing leasing on the broadband segment, if that entity is a taxable entity. We also do cash management services, payables, receivables, right? You want to pay your payables longer, you want to get your receivables faster. Cash management. Well, I'm a dollars and cents guys, and we also, this encompasses some fraud management. So we've been able to save a lot of our customers thousands of dollars in potential losses by heating off fraud attempts from the front end through cash management, and then liquidity too. But I'm a dollars and cents guy. What's it mean for you? So this is an example for a very small electric co-op in Montana that we just started doing cash management with. And they gave me permission to share this. So they had their money parked in a bank account earning 0.01. So they were going to make $96 a year in interest on almost $1 million worth of cash was their average balance. Well, if we were doing cash management for this small co-op, they're going to net $21,000 in additional benefit of interest income that will come into them. So it's a great product too. We also do like our own credit card, which is an enhanced service that we do. And then one thing I like to hit on, strategic planning. So a lot of folks will either use us or CFC for strategic planning. A lot of co-ops will choose to actually do like CFC one time and then do CoBank the next. And the reason why they do that is because it provides a lot of value of different perspective, right? So we kind of run our session a little bit different than they probably do. And it brings in a little bit different perspective and may bring up some new ideas that you didn't really think about. And so it's a great service. Andy Glover, which I don't know if you guys know Andy or not. He used to cover Colorado. He leads up our strategic planning team. That guy has found his forte, let me tell you. So it is a great service that we provide. And that's all I got. Any questions? Happy to help. My cell, my email, feel free to reach out if you ever want any info as well on the bank, and I'm always happy to help.
Is it possible to get a copy of this and put it on call to order or something? I like,
Yes.
I mean, looking at the graphs, I think we could all spend, if you were so inclined, hours looking at some of the economic data.
Sure. Absolutely. I will find a way to get it to you. It's a very large file.
Oh, okay.
But we'll figure out a way to get it to you. Yeah. So thank you guys for your time. Look forward to lunch. Hope if you can make it to dinner tonight, would love to treat you to dinner. Thank you for being a CoBank customer. If you can't, totally understand. Everybody's got home obligations too.
What time is the reservation?
So I made the reservation for 5:30, but they said, I asked if there's easy flexibility. Yes. So I didn't know what time y'all would be done with your meeting.
Well, hopefully before 5:30.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you guys for having me. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
Like, do you just handle all of the businesses in Colorado or just electric?
Just electric now. Yeah. When I was working on the leasing side, I was working, doing a lot of stuff with the big names in ag in the Southeast, and then also covering electric distribution co-ops in 12 states. And we've done a lot of leasing in those 12 states, particularly around broadband too. So we had a lot of folks that got really engaged in broadband leasing there and saw a lot of value in that. So if you're doing like leasing to the home or fiber to the home, you've got the node, right? The node has all that expensive equipment in it. And most of that equipment has a 5-year maker's life. Well, you don't want to finance it for 20 years. Doesn't really make sense. It's got a 5-year life. So a lot of folks will do a 5-year dollar buyout lease on that. And then at the end, you're going to have to go in and strip all that stuff out and replace it anyways. So from a business standpoint, a lot of folks have seen value there. So, and one other thing to mention, I know that you guys might be looking at a partial, at least maybe a full now, depending upon what happens with this United Tri-State debacle. And from our perspective, we are happy to finance a partial or a full buyout at CoBank for you. So we're more than happy to help there. Because you're not a RUS borrower now, you've positioned yourself in a good place to be able to do longer term financing for that as well, versus if you were a short term or it's still an RUS borrower, you'd have to look more short term. But because you're not, there's a lot more options that are available to you as well.
Mike.
Thank you.
Did you need a place to work? Because you can set up in my office if you need to.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
So my wife accompanied me on the trip, so she's gonna swing by and pick me up. And
Okay.
she'll join us for dinner too, so. So yeah, look forward to having dinner with you guys and thank you for having me.
Thanks
For coming.
Thank you.
So do you want to break for lunch and then we can take up the stuff after?
Sure, let's break for lunch and let's eat as quickly as we can. Take care of.
Yes.
Yeah, we- Joe's ready to start. Okay. Carl, are you back on? Maybe?
Yes, I'm back on.
What'd you have for lunch?
Not much.
All right. We are, I think, ready for bills for payment. Has everyone taken a look at the bills for payment and the credit card? Does anyone have any questions?
Nope.
Okay. We don't accept them anymore.
No.
Okay. Board open forum and associated board reports. Carl, you have I know that you talked to Tim about the last tri-state meeting. Can you tell us anything about that conversation? Or, I think that you guys all decided that the rates would not be raised until 2024. It wouldn't hit us in 2023 at the end of it. But anything else?
Nope.
Nope, okay. No, we can't hear you, Carl, if you can hear us. Anything on tri-state?
I was in the hospital when they had their meeting, so I really don't have much to report other than what was in the board report.
Okay, great. I'm glad you're out of the hospital. It's nice that you're home.
I am too.
All right. Jeff, was there a CREA meeting?
I bet the hospital's glad you're home too, Carl.
Yeah, probably.
No, we didn't have a CRA meeting. Mark sent that webinar with FERC, the thing that Kent's gonna do. That might be interesting. Was it in November?
No, it's October 17th.
And it's
Next Monday.
Kent Singer with former FERC chair.
Neil
Yeah,
Chatterjee.
should be good. Other than that, no.
Okay. Mark, Western United. All right. Kristen, CPAB.
Yeah, so the Clean Power Advisory Board met earlier this week, and I think there's a few things that were notable. First, they are planning to recommend reducing the amount of money given out for renewable energy projects to 500 from 1,000. I think they want to build up their savings in order to be able to credit larger projects and nonprofit projects in the counties that we serve. And of course, they discussed the name change as well. They also asked me, because Liz couldn't attend, to give them some updates on what was going on with partial buyouts and at FERC. So I relayed to the best of my abilities some of the latest developments. Just the best of luck. General manager. So that was, what else am I missing? Missing anything?
They're with Chris, they're doing the Sustainable Building
Yes.
Seminar on November 3rd. I encourage board members to attend if you're around. Should be an interesting seminar. And then the other thing that they're aware of. I think Todd is more aware than the rest of the board, but there's probably going to be a opportunity beyond what the state passed for microgrid projects. There's going to be a microgrid funding coming through DOLA that only co-ops and municipals can apply for, that would fund microgrid projects that would lead to more resiliency. So like emergency management centers, warming places, whatever. Our co-op, again, not just any community group or county government can apply for this funding. It has to go to a co-op or municipal. So we may see some asks from our community if they think of projects that they want to see implemented. But the rules and the roadmap for getting that money isn't laid out. So as we think, I mean, as I was thinking about the lightning, I was like, we have solar panels put on there and you got a truck that can get back. You could have a little microgrid here without ever even starting the generator. It's that kind of stuff.
We could use the lightning to regenerate the battery.
Yeah. Anyway. My report on the rate design committee, again, we just talked about it. They're not going to, Tri-State's not going to file a rate increase that becomes effective prior to January 1st, 2024. So that made budgeting for 2023 a little bit easier. Mark talked about what Tri-State believes the rate increase will be. It's going to be a little hard to compare apples to apples because the rate design could be different. So those are uncertainties, but I think we'll get through it. They did just send their meeting today, and they sent out an analysis of how the various scenarios would affect mountain parks. I looked at that quickly last night. We are in a position where our load factor sort of protects us from big swings. We have a good mix of energy and demand, and so it doesn't look like it's going to affect us that much, depending on which rate design is selected. I had some questions about what was all included in that analysis, but I won't bore you with that. At the last meeting, they talked about how fast they were going through the deferred revenue, which is a problem for them. And at the last meeting, they had consultants that really advised the group that that the rate design should be filed with quite a bit of tilt in it, and that Tri-State simply needed to tell the co-op story, and that would somehow get this through FERC. I think since the ALJ decisions, perhaps that's been reconsidered. But I was like, it's a big risk to go down that path. Personally, I thought it was a big risk. The other thing in the committee, they talked a lot about the formulary or formula rate. I don't know what the proper terminology is. The staff supporting the concept quite a bit because it would reduce the burden they have to file a new rate with FERC. Once they got this in place, it would just take care of itself. But as we talked about this, there really wasn't a coherent answer on how a formula true-up mechanism would work. It couldn't, explanation was very different if you listen to the consultant versus Pat Bridges. I suggested that they go back and take a look historically and give us an example of how it would impact people with, they haven't had the FERC accounting method, so it'll be a little hard for them, but I think that's really key for the members to understand on how that is going to work. The direct assignment is not as drastic as was filed for litigation. In other words, the Tri-State might have overstated how much of an impact that might have been on small member co-ops when they went to FERC. But they're still working on that. They hope to have those numbers really out in February, and they're starting to look at the majority of the third-party transmission, which they're finding a lot of because the ALJ suggested that third-party costs perhaps be directly assigned to co-ops. They're starting to realize that a lot of those third-party transmission is part of a network, so they're not subject to direct assignment. Hopefully that would be in our case. There was a question about, this I think I don't think we have any lines that are affected, but it's something worth noting, is that Tri-State's going to make a filing to FERC saying, here's all these lines that are going to be, that we think should be direct assigned. The members wanted to know, hey, are you going to notify us before? And what kind of recourse do we have to challenge this with Tri-State so we don't have to challenge it once it's filed with FERC? Like, is there any way we can work this out before we have to get, experts to go to FERC and contest it? And then the last question was buying the transmission that's subject to direct assignment. Some of that was acquired under a policy that Tri-State had, 109, and that sort of specifies a little bit how those co-ops could buy it back, but other parts of it were prior to that. And so there's no real mechanism. The co-ops want to know how they can buy those back. That's the rate development.
Not much going on there.
Yeah, not much. Okay. We had, what else do we have on here? I've got to look and see what we have. All business. Oh, the district boundary discussion. I noted that in the special meeting, we had talked about getting a quote. Craig had also asked me about this, a quote to explore what it would cost to get someone to do GIS work. I just didn't want to lose track of that. I think it's something we could table as we explore our GIS capabilities here at Mountain Parks to do that work.
Have you looked at old business already?
Yeah, I went to old business. What did I miss? No. Oh, what'd you say?
Updated on the
Oh, I'm sorry.
DPAC, but I also wanted to let the board know that I did get that appointment to the Colorado Energy Code Board. I want to thank Chris again for hosting an event on sustainable building. And just to give you all a sense of what that means. So this past year, the Colorado General Assembly passed a law in 1362 on building energy codes. And it established in the legislation a 21-member board that is charged with helping the Colorado Energy Office and DOLA develop a model electric-ready and solar-ready code that jurisdictions throughout Colorado will have to adopt by 2026. So the exact things that Chris was speaking about this morning, about how it's a lot cheaper to integrate considerations for EV chargers and whatnot in new construction, than they have to go back and pay retrofit that. That's basically what this board is going to say. Okay, so in new codes, when we're designing and constructing new buildings, how do we kind of future-proof them so that if future residents want to upgrade to an electric vehicle or heat pumps or add solar, that they'd be able to do so more cost-effectively. One of the common misconceptions is that this code requires all electric houses. It does not. It's the legislators were very clear that this is not prohibit new gas hookups, and we expect that to continue, especially in this kind of climate zone. So if anybody has any feedback, then of course welcome that as the board does its work. I'm actually the energy efficiency expert on the board, but there is an electric utility representative as well from both us.
Will cost be considered in that?
Nope. Yes, absolutely. And the first meeting is set for 2 weeks now.
Congratulations, thank you. I'm sorry I skipped over that. We knew it happened, and then we didn't. So,
Yeah, it'll probably be once a month for the first 6 months at least. There's legislative deadlines for the year. But then after that, we'll see.
I just heard actually driving in here that the Energy Office had released something to do with energy codes. Maybe it's the plan roadmap to get to that, or I don't know. They just had a press release today. They had done something about energy codes, delivered something. So when I heard it, I thought it'd be.
Thanks for going back with me for a second.
Okay, so does anyone have any questions on the district boundary GIS estimate discussion under old business?
Yeah, I think we're going to try and see how much it costs to come up with a tool to shift hypothetical boundaries around. Take a look at that. I think that was the goal.
Right. And I think we could do that, or we, given our GIS situation and NISC situation, it's, in my opinion, it would be good to wait a couple months until we see where things shake out. Whether we have, where that expertise lies.
Yeah.
If that works for you, Mark.
That's fine. We are obviously recruiting another GIS person, one hopefully that has NISC and MapWise, which is the complementary piece with NISC. And so we hope that we'll have greater resources available once we fill that position.
And I don't think we have any deadline on that effort, do we?
No, I think but we want to keep an eye on it. So, good reminder.
Who you call for election again?
Am I missing any other old business? New business I had noted was a mention of the microgrid. Took care of the emergency stuff. Am I missing anything, Mark?
Need for Mountain Park Services.
Do we need a Mountain Park Services meeting? Okay. So let's go into executive session.
And I would just point out that when we make the motion, there is no need to include partial requirements because there's nothing new to.
Skipping the emergency business item?
I already
we
handled it.
Okay, sorry, I'm struggling to keep up.
Yep, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so can I have a motion to go into executive session to discuss the 2023 budget, particularly the compensation part, GM recruiting, and litigation?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, who do we need here?
For the 2023 budget and the litigation, I don't think we need anybody but the board and myself, although I know that Joe to be able to operate. Yeah, gotta, let me see if I can put this. That would be
Uh-oh.
I don't want that hurt.
Justice broken the seal of chivalry on this.
No, we've been eating them, but always less.
I know, but pretty much you don't.
Winter's coming.
Oh, yeah, board meeting.
Printer's coming.
There's some other choices here.
Oh. Oh, I thought.
So I want to probably, if I could.
Yeah.
We're gonna wanna jump back in and forth again. We're just gonna, you can tell like,
So,
yeah, you can.
while we're on a little break here,
Because